tell you what. Yeah, I'm like 5 seconds early. Just when I think, I'm like, oh, this was the wrong time to, whew, the mouse, I've lost chat now. There it is. Whoa. Okay. Jeez. Went to clean off the mouse. Realized we'd run out of paper towels. Because I can't make myself buy shop towels. We already have paper towels, you know. Will we see you in the Mrs. Rock and TF2s? Certainly not. Someone in the comments, whoever in the comments pointed out that I do have a Class 1. It's just much bigger than an ordinary Class 1. Bruce and Sheila are the Class 1s here. Like, I have no regrets about sending Lord Pennaby off to the mythical land of Pennsylvania, because I know that he will be treasured there and he will get to go outside and he will get to play. MKRC with the 5. Starting it off with the 5. It is a great way to start the day. We're on it. We're in it. I'm making a concerted effort here to Borderlands 4 this, and by that I mean I've played 50 hours of that game and completed 23% of the storyline with one character, because I will find a side quest and I will go off on it. So again, much as I believe Miata Commuter said, this channel has never saved them a penny. The community around this channel certainly doesn't save me any money either, because first side quest of the day, our good man Toothless is just getting unnecessary stuff. Because there was a comment on a video, and I went, "You don't say." So I spent some money, only a little bit of money, but I felt like it was necessary. So our man Toothless, same front and rear, same exact front and rear, nice, is getting a little he's getting a little extra. He's getting a little TLC. We'll put a little pledge on him. We've got some parts to change. We've got some zip ties to cut. Susan is honestly, she's spinning too easily now. We need to throw some pocket sand in there, because her objective is to allow. This is why Susan was built. Her objective was to, you know, make it easier to work on things. This is the whole point. But she just, like, no effort at all. Whee! First week at working at L'Oreal was great, by the way. I'm tired AF. I'm not used to working so much. I feel you. Because I am unbelievably tired. Because since September 12th, so 1 week today, my wife doesn't watch live streams, so we're just a bunch of bros hanging out. There are days where I get up in the morning. I get up at, usually I'm out of bed at 5:40. That's when I try to be out of bed. 5:40 a.m. I'm out of bed. I'm usually in the shop by 6:30. Some days I get lazy and I'm out at 7. I usually go 7 to 2 in the workshop. This is like basically daily, except Sunday is a combo breaker. Friday is a little bit of a combo breaker. I'm out of the shop by 10:30. I sit back, I kick my feet up for a little bit. I come back out here at 11:30. I do all of the stuff that I should have done this morning, like make sure the cameras were oriented. Camera 2. Camera 3? New camera 3 location. And I should have cleaned the mouse and the keyboard. Didn't. Anyway. So 5:40, out here 6:30, usually back in the house by 2. I have lunch and whatever, and then I turn on Borderlands, and it's on until I go to bed around 10 p.m. So the game's been out a week, and I have played around 50 hours of it, but haven't done any less of this at all. There was fabrication stuff for the episodes that are up on Saturday and Monday. I'm still doing quick views and everything else. So my life is now 7 hours YouTube stuff, about 8 hours of Borderlands a day. Living as a human being 3 hours a day, and then the rest is sleeping. So it is just, my neck is killing me. My lower back hurts because I'm not used to sitting in a chair as much as I have been. It's rough. It's really rough. But it's been 2018. 2018 since a Borderlands game came out, not counting Wonderlands. Yeah, so because I'm often right here, Omnifixo in the house. It's not perfect, but I kid you not when I tell... Also, the lighting is terrible. I kid you not when I tell you I put this camera up 9 minutes ago. So that one will be refined, but pretty good spot because I had noticed. Now we got to find out what is this guy's permanent location going to be. I have to reach. Okay, look, see, centered in the frame, right? Now watch where my arm is. See, that's not good. I need that camera out on an arm that I can hit my face on. I need that camera out here so that I can just go like, hey guys, look at this, and then go boop, and you see this. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We're gonna get there. GoPro mounts is what I'm using for 3 over here. So maybe GoPro mounts on this guy as well. We'll see how it goes. Top down is where it's at. I'm destroyed after playing 3 hours of Rocket League with a friend and a random guy I met. We are online friends now too. Isn't it the best? Isn't that the best? How did I see Spike Spiegel on a YouTube short? When did he leave the canyon? Was he always on loan? Spike Spiegel was built as somebody link me to that short if possible. Like, put it on the Discord or put it somewhere. I'd love to see where he went to his forever home. We went through she was right there. She's always looking over your shoulder. And I didn't want to put the effort and swapping of parts and moving everything around to get that executioner to perform the way that I liked it. So I took the gearbox and all the electronics and the axles and all that stuff, and I took them. And half of them are in the Voodoo Ranger. So, like, we just moved stuff around. And we'll build something else out of it. So I sold the chassis with the body and the stuff to a guy in, forgive me, Texas. I was gonna say that I couldn't remember where, because I can't remember where. This last week was a light week. I think I only shipped out like 5 boxes. But I very commonly don't remember anything. Did somebody say I need one of those front mounts? This front mount is a modified, you can lightly modify, not the 4-hole one, but the 2-hole. See, this is, you know what? Let's try 3. It's very bright. There we go. This is one of the 2-hole servo and axle brackets, right? And then you just kind of got to squeeze it, and then it'll go. And then I replaced their top plate with my big old top plate to do EOA, and then my little bracket on top, which is like, takes like 5 seconds. You just slap it on there. Homebrew bumper. There's my a dig mount. We're going to address mostly, we're going to address some color continuity issues. Hey, HHG, welcome to the Secret Society. Now go and watch all the members' content. Some of it is interesting. Do you want that prefixial transmission? Okay, 77 people. There's a spoiler. Okay. See, we're side questing inside the side quests. Because I spent almost 3 days. I lost this. It's from a guitar. I use them as like shock spacers. I love them because they're brass. I lost that for 2 days. Here's a spur gear that I need to use. It just arrived. Here's the fenders that still aren't installed. Bumper. All of Sheila's bits. Sheila's bits. Because if y'all saw Wheelin' Wednesday, you know Sheila had a mechanical. Yes, this is very spoilery. But if you're at all curious as to how we got where we are, there'll be a couple episodes documenting it. Yeah, Greg Schofield. Last time I saw Sheila, she was getting towed. Shout out DSM Off-Road. I completely forgot. I filmed extra stuff to put up a short and a Instagram reel, and I did. I still need to do that. So the continuity will be broken, but if you're using shorts and reels as ads, then I feel like you're doing it right. So, in an effort to use all available parts of the Buffalo, and in an effort to make Sheila more reliable, there we go. We went prefixial. Look at the shoddy welding. Look at the shoddy welding there. But look at that. What? So there's the bracket. There's the gearbox. It's all centered out. That's little Delrin. So FMST. See what we did there? We did a Wheel of Fortune thing. FMST. Also, by the way, I can't power it up now because she's still in a semi-disassembled state in an attempt because I have to cut her fenders and do a bunch of stuff. There's a lot of work that still needs done on this before I get her back together. Check out the 10 Pros. So, Sheila days. Yes, I did. Hizzy, yes indeed. 2 episodes. Socks Boss Stream of Consciousness series building a Sheila episodes 5 and 6. And yes, Miata Commuter is 100% right. Miata Commuter sent me these drive shafts. I attempted to cut one down because it was about that much too long for the front, not knowing that the hex portion of that drive shaft is only about that deep. So when I cut it off, there was just it was just a hole. But I don't throw anything away. So I tossed it in a bin and then cut it down and welded the 2 halves together. And we now have a 45 millimeter fixed Kudo drive shaft. Because if you look very closely, you can see that thing cants over about 1 millimeter to the right. What the heck is prefixial? That's just what they call it when the gearbox is up here in the front. This is a planetary box. These boxes are all over Amazon. This just happens to be the MST one. It's kind of crazy. In the videos, it shows how crazy it is inside that gearbox. But it's more gear reduction. It's definitely more robust and easier to work on than the MST gearbox. And I Spotlight search, get out of here. I I feel like the motor mount is cleaner than what it comes. I've done some black oxide screws with tea and vinegar. I can give you a few tips for getting some color on that drive shaft. Oh, on this one? Yeah, that's going to rust like crazy unless I put something over it. Like, that is going to rust like crazy. Because that's just welded and then cleaned up with a grinder. But I made it work. And we're pretty much in business. Well, minus of all the cosmetic stuff I've got to do to it still. And change the drive shafts and on and on and on. I added front shocks to the FJ today. So I'm assuming that you noticed that the front shocks aren't shocks at all. Like, they don't hold oil. Yeah, planetary drive transmission. Oh, I can show you. More spoilers for the 77. If I can find it. So inside the gearbox, there's this guy. And then look at these little guys, and then they go in there. It looks crazy, the deceleration gear assembly. But it's actually really straightforward. Thank you for what you do. The knowledge you extend to us is much appreciated. Picked up a set of Louise mallets for my TF2 K5 Blazer. Thank you, Sandblaster. The mallet, while not the highest level of performance in a Class 1 tire, is still one of my favorite Class 1 tires. Top 3 easily. Looks real good. And I know, potential hot take, especially with Miata Commuter in the chat, I will take a mallet over a pivot. I said it. I put it out there. And I'm not a Class 1 guy. So if I have a favorite Class 1 tire, that means something to me and to no one else. Nice to see an MST gearbox being used with my first kit. Yeah, the MST CFXW is just like an intersecting, swirling ball of question marks. Because as outfitted, that it just doesn't work. Like, they made a portal axle with less reduction than this straight axle, and then it didn't even click in my head that gearbox that is now in Sheila, the MST box from the CFXW, that gearbox has about 50% more reduction than your typical 3-gear. These are between 2.4 and 2.6 to 1. 2.6 is a pretty common middle ground. That thing's 4.1 to 1 internal. So I don't know why I keep thumbing up. Mallet over axial ripsaws. Ripsaw has a big asterisk next to it because on the sidewall of a ripsaw, it says 4.35. So if you went someplace that was like harumph about Class 1, you wouldn't be able to run ripsaws because they're 4.19. Depending on your insert, they might even measure a little bit lower. But they're a Class 1. They just never marketed them as a Class 1. I don't think I've ever seen planetary gears being used in an RC transmission like that. But wait, there's more. They use intermediate gears. I know they're not planetaries, but I call them planetaries. And then people get churlish in the comments. Let me find a picture of the portal box. So there's the full exploded of the gearbox. It looks worse than it is. I've never tried the mallets because none of my pivots have worn out yet. Yeah, Durtrax C3, man. C3 doesn't mess around. So they do the same thing in the portal boxes. But it's a 14, 14, 14, and the bottom is a 16. So it's like 1.12 to 1. And it makes the portal box like a cube. Notice the gear assembly direction. Yeah, they really went their own way on the CFXW. So we've now managed to disperse the parts of the CFXW out into 3 builds. Blue Sky High, Sheila, and the giveaway rig that had that was like, it was on I put a cage together with the MST axles. It was four-wheel steer. I don't remember what we named it. Your shocks are in the mail. Shipped them today. Hey, cool. I'm going to test those. Is there a link for the gearbox? I don't know if you can buy that gearbox separately. The prefix seal ones are all over Amazon, and last one I've seen, the gearbox and the T-case together are like $40. So it's fairly inexpensive. It would not take too much work to put them between the rails of an FJ40. Now that basically it would appear that, oh God, now I'm going to do all the letters. GCM, the LRT2. I don't think you can get the FJ40 edition of the LRT2 currently. I don't know if that means that they've stopped making them or you just can't get them currently, but they're basically not on the web store. Because don't think that there weren't passing moments where I thought, you know what? Wouldn't it be great to just buy a transmission and put it in this and not have to do all the fab work? Because the whole time I'm doing the fab work, I'm just constantly thinking, it's going to go wrong. It's going to go wrong. I think they're using the word prefixial just as in it mounts ahead of the transfer case. And a lot of them use the transfer case for at least 50% of the reduction. I think you can. MST offers it as an upgrade for the center gearbox rig. Oh, you know what? I'll look it up. There's the support in the back. I see parts for it. There's still stuff showing up on the website. There's the gearbox. I should bring that picture up because the color picture is even more fun. Yeah, that picture is even more fun than seeing it. What? As far as I'm concerned, I'm not worried. I'm not worried about the durability of it. Like, okay, when you're building the kit and you see that, you go, why so many gears? That's a lot of gears, right? That's a whole lot of gears. I'm not worried structurally about any of the gears in it. Most importantly for me, it's got a slipper in it. And it runs Mod 06, which I'm not ecstatic about. But it's not an absolute deal breaker, because in the pile of Sheila's parts, TLR 69 tooth, nice. A 69 tooth 48 pitch is almost the exact same size as the 62 tooth Mod 06 that's in there, which should be an explanation to people why you can't mix 48 pitch and Mod 06. They're close, but they are not close enough. The PTK servo test has been done by what? It's disappointing. 65 kg quota pulls 50 kg. I mean, most of them are quoting instantaneous. Idler gears do not factor in the ratio. That is true. Well, also, all three of the top gears are the same tooth count. So if you have the same tooth count, you just ignore that tooth count. Is the blind guy in today? Nope, he is off somewhere. That transmission kind of a long way to get there. Yeah. I got a Stealth X during the Crazy Tower as X's were sold out. Any suggestions for a chassis that plays well with it? Anything with C channels is going to fit. If you make some adapters, you can drop one right into TRX4 rails. And I had built a rig to leave the canyon with an standard element rails put into a TRX4 chassis. I desperately want to build another. I want to build TRX4 axles with an XF in the middle. Like you could put it in Vanquish rails. It'll fit in pretty much like, if it's rails like this, it'll fit in those rails. There's a lot of rails that you can fit an XF in. You just can't put them in anything with a big kick to the skid because it's all one piece. So, if you want to get your XF to fit in more things, send an email to Zoku RC and ask him why the Element Zoku kit isn't finished yet. Because he's super busy. He's at a trade show, I think, this weekend. Doesn't matter. Send him a bunch of emails. If you want to make it even better, tell him I sent you. Say, hey, Zoku RC, the idiot in a shed over at Crawler Canyon said, where's the Element Zoku kit? It'll be fun. Does the upside down shock do anything special, or is it just to keep them from leaking? I did a video on it a while back. Why do we run our shocks upside down? Primarily, number one is leaking. They leak less. Gravity helps out there. Second one, anything below the spring is unsprung weight. So you've unsprung all the oil and the body of the shock and all that. So because obviously it's unsprung, it's below that. So you're going to move your CG down further, and it moves the CG down further than one would anticipate. So that was the finding that I had in that video. So unless there is a fitment issue that prevents you from running your shock upside down, or you have a shock that is particularly leaky by nature, particularly around the cap, Vanquish S8Es, I'm looking at you, or a shock that really relies on emulsification. These are bladdered shocks. You can run any bladdered shock upside down without issue. Some emulsion shocks, GTS, are notable for this. You'll see around here, around the canyon, you'll see about half of the Traxxas GTS shocks are upside down and half of them are right side up. And that is because sometimes the piston just sits, wherever it sits at ride height, the piston will get right in that air pocket. And they'll have a really weird, like sometimes they'll stick and sometimes they'll just drop because the piston is just in air inside the shock. So it can be a little fiddly. You can run Element shocks upside down with absolutely no issues. Dravtex and Chavtex. S8Es leak out around the cap or the bleed screw usually, so I tend to run them right side up because the seals already leak. 10 Pros tend to leak a little bit out around the cap, and even with the little O-ring that they've used, because the tolerances on 10 Pro shocks are questionable. I bet that transmission is going to have a lot of play in it. That rig is going to roll back and forth a lot. If you're talking about the one in Sheila, you would be incorrect. It's going to have less play because, like watch this. Watch. That's all I can move that drive shaft. And you notice this one, look at that. Doesn't move at all. There's that slop you pick up from the ring and pinion, and then there's no... It's the least sloppy gearbox in here, maybe. I don't get it. It defies expectation because I would agree with you in that you would expect, your anticipation would be way more gears, way more gaps between the gears. Miata Commuter, with the 5, we keep the... together as a collective, we keep the Sawtooth alive. Desert Lizards work great upside down my Phoenix. Desert Lizards should always be run upside down unless there's a humongous fitment issue that prevents you from doing so. They are maybe the best to run upside down. Here's to the fluid to top off on those leaky shocks. Thanks to Tower, Sheila's shocks and Bruce's shocks as well are filled with... Where's the bottle? This is what I fill... This is what I ordinarily fill the shocks with, but they have since moved to... I can't find it. I run 3000 CST. I run diff oil. 60 weight. Yeah, 3000. That's what Sheila runs. And Bruce, being heavier, runs 5,000. And you might think it impossible if I say it out loud with my mouth, but a 10 Pro Shot can leak out 3000 CST, which is 240 weight. Some bitch. I can't find that gearbox, and I'm on the MST site. Yeah, I couldn't find it either. I went crawling the other day, and one of the guys that's at the rocks I run said, "Hey, you lowered your VRD," and I said, "Yeah." Yeah, you did. While digging through my stuff, I ran across some old school Associated Gold shocks. They're definitely going on the T-Mobile. Heck yeah. I've got the hard anno. I've got some of the old unobtainium ones. Afternoon, everyone. What's for lunch other than Diffalo? I bought chicken. I ate a chicken and rice burrito from the Costco. You get them in the freezer section. You know what? It was pretty good. Minute and 25 seconds in the microwave, 3.5 minutes in the air fryer. That's how I like to prepare food. I want my steps. I want my steps minimized, and that minimized the steps for me. I know Bear Valley is huge. I don't assume you were near Merced. If that is directed at me, no, Merced is really far away from what I know. No, this is Bear Valley, Big Bear Lake, Southern California. Let me guess, there's spacers under this. Oh, it's just a plate. It's just a plate. I was expecting a bunch of spacers to fall out. Axial shocks would still leak even if you put no oil in them. Well, the old joke, and it's only a joke because it's half joking. Look at this haphazardly made. How much time do you think I spent making that piece out of a piece of Kydex? Not long, but it do the do. And also, by the way, Mr. Hurley, I don't want to call you a rabbit because a rabbit will eat things that aren't good for you, but grapes are wonderful, but a bag of grapes is not lunch. I don't want to sound like your mother. Like your mother. Miata got me before I even knew I was expired. Mr. C, what are your favorite tires for a VS410 that aren't Tusks? Just curious, as I probably can't afford right now whatever you say. Look at Louise. Champs. Deepwoods are amazing. 6-gear are... I would probably say my pick would be 6-gear. I don't know what the pricing schedule is in Europe for RC 4-wheel drive, but 1.9 Baja MTZs, 1.9 Groundhogs, Baja Claws, any of the X2 SS tires from RC 4-wheel drive, but I would probably put 6 gears at the top. I did a Costco hot dog wrapped in a slice of Costco pizza. You're supposed to stick the glizzy inside of a chicken bake, from what I understand. But I can't even finish a chicken bake. So, Champs having dig on the VS410. What about the directionality? Yeah, a Champ is a slightly less directional canyon trail. See, it doesn't quite have as much. Is it the best dig tire in the world? Are these Champs? Yes. These are Deepwoods. Is it the most best dig tire that there is? No. But he can't afford J Concepts Green in Spain, so he's going to have to do something else. I have checked RC 4-wheel drive a couple times. The thing is, it's like less than $60 with shipping, which would be amazing. And the thing is, yeah. Is Voodoo Ranger the official name for the last live stream build? I think so. Ivan. Paying homage to Ivan Ironman Stewart. He ran stadium trucks in his day. I would go with Ivan, but then I would feel like I'd have to do some sort of a Ironman Ivan Stewart's off-road video game themed paint job, and I just want to paint it blue. I just want to paint it blue and walk away. Because I get the idea in my head of some sort of theme or scheme, and then I use that idea in my head to prevent myself from painting it. Still not painted. And while we're on the subject, neither is Eddie. And the tower sale came at an unfortunate moment because I bought more bodies. I did not need to buy more bodies under any circumstances. I just need to have 300 bucks lying around here, right? I reckon you could build a set of axle shocks, put them on a stand with a tray underneath, and you'd never run out of shock oil again, as they'll magically keep leaking forever. I mean, you're not far off. Mr. Spain, you should be able to find 6-gear, because I'm pretty sure Europe got them before we did. We only just got them. And over here, there's only one place to buy them. HRP. So you should have more options. It's not a guarantee. I don't know. I've never been to Europe. Europe is a mythical place as far as I'm concerned. Blue, coarser grain. No, it's got to be blue. I have all of these blues from the Glidden Max Flex. That thing's getting Glidden Max Flex. That thing is really straight. I'm not mad about it. Yeah, I gotta take this whole thing apart. That's on me. Do you think the Phoenix is gonna be okay with the foam that the RC Furl Drive Bajas come with? Yeah, I do. The 2.2 MTZ has an acceptable foam. A pin tire would be absolutely fine. Pin tires are completely ambivalent towards dig. Pin tires are completely ambivalent towards everything. Forgot my headphones and the doctor's office didn't approve of listening to the Canyon live. YouTube captions suck. Oh, I believe it. The video game had different colors of the paint scheme that paid homage to Iron Man, so pick a color and do the same design and whatever you want. Yeah, real Baja Claws are... That's another one of those instances. The fake Baja Claws did well. Much to my surprise. But... much as the Tusk is a significant jump over the fake Tusk, the real Baja Claw is a significant jump over the fake Baja Claw. So that's short, and then that's long, and then this is long. Okay. So all these long ones should be in the same spot. Just got a VRD straight axle kit. Any tips or tricks? Not really. It's pretty straightforward. It's just a VFD and not a twin. The twin is a little challenging for the first-time builder. 2.2 MTZ could use a little sidewall support. I didn't notice any issues, but if you're probably up around 8 pounds, you're probably correct. And as it's a 475 2.2, your options of tires are, or foams for those tires are effectively zero. That's real. That's genuine. Is it in frame? Genuine. Is it well made? Yep. Is it well made enough to openly and actively justify that cost? I don't know. Probably not. I think I need a 1.3 for this. Boop. I happen to have one. Yes, it is 1.3. It is 1.3 indeed. Do I have a 1.3 with a handle? I do! Hey! Surprised myself. There's a pretty decent catalog of X2SS stuff. Oh, then you're set. X2S is my second favorite compound behind J-Concept Screen. Boy, I really didn't want this coming loose. because I thread locked the life out of this thing. Oh. If I had not had my MIPs, this could have turned into a much longer day. $60 a set for RC four-wheel drive is pretty good. Making a mess, making a mess. We don't know any other way. Can't tell if that intermediate gear is plastic. Looks like it might be. That's what I want to remember, because I went to buy some class ones for the trail rig. I looked at some tires and prices, ended up not getting anything, but I want to remember what is around that price. All I have to do now is finish mounting the rear shocks, and my FJ will be ready for a drive. Heck yeah! Did you do the Bruce mod? Did you go longer shocks? Okay, I don't think I can get those out of there. They are convinced. Luckily, we have more. Luckily, we don't need them, because someone mentioned that it's real. Somebody mentioned the real one was on sale. $22. $22 for literally this. A bag with this. $22. That's a lot. $22 is a lot. And also, please do take into consideration that the Vanquish... Oh my God, it's just going to be a friggin' problem. Take into consideration that the Vanquish... So, here's the top shaft. And the top shaft doesn't fit through the hole. So we have two choices. Either we cut that, or we slimify that. I think we're just gonna slimify it. I used some 90s that I had on hand. Then I modified a Sen Racing USA swim arm mounted on the rear axle, so it's not so rocky rolly. I'd considered it. Okay, I might be able to get this apart, so that I can just install it properly, I think. I think that top gear is pretty stuck. Yeah, honestly, yeah, slimify, it will be hidden. So this is, let's find out how long I got to press on this with a file. That is 795, so call it 8 millimeters. The hole in the gearbox is 765. Thank you, Vanquish. Thank you for that. Talk amongst yourselves. I will be back in about 30 seconds. I need some sort of thing I can turn on. I don't have a you know what I need? I need more cameras. I need a camera over here, but I don't have it. I don't know if anybody can hear me. In the moment of truth, did he guess correctly and take off enough? I got my poverty build out on some rocks this past weekend, and it's hilariously good. That's awesome. Okay. Did he take off enough? What did I say it was? 7.6? 7.7 millimeters, and I got 7.5. Plenty. Plenty of space. Let's make sure we don't assemble the gearbox backwards. I will give Vanquish credit where credit is due. The tolerances on their stuff tends to be pretty good. We're in the beginning test phases of we're in the Yamalube era. We're in the Yamalube. We're testing out Yamalube, which has no more moly than the Stay Lube does. They're both not moly pastes. They're both moly greases, and moly greases are between 1 and 10% moly. So it's not earth-shaking, but I feel like Yamalube might be as or more readily available than the Stay Lube, because motorcycles are everywhere. Yeah, that bearing seat is snug. Should have tried to tap the bearing in first. On a scale from 1 to 10, how bad is airmail shipping from the RC Four-Wheel Drive website to Spain? Ooh, I don't know. Oh, we could hear you at the other side of the room. Yeah, the microphone's right up here, so it's right up there. So I was hoping. I physically I went like 5 feet away. Airmail is $9 in shipping. When you say airmail, do you mean United States Postal Service? Because if so, then you should be fine. I don't think. Yeah. So here's what I was saying. So this costs more than a whole gearbox, and you'll notice that it doesn't double up, right? Because we don't have a bearing there, and a lot of the cheaper gearboxes will have that's a bearing right there if you can't tell. Can you see on the other side? Not really. That's a bearing in there. It doesn't need it because there's a bearing inside the gear, but it's still much like a bear. Gives me pause. And I kid you not about the fitting on the fitment on the lands for the bearings. Snap. But we're gonna dull Toothless up. Should have cleaned off the back of that gear, methinks. I thought there was a shim that went down there, but I certainly don't see one. Looks like it's all right. It looks near zero clearance. 14 to 42 business days. Whoa! So is that your way of telling us that there's gotta be RC four-wheel drive distribution in Europe? There has to be. Those Germans, they love their scale stuff so much that I would just think, oh, did I order a Vanquish motor plate to go with it? What do I look like? Independently wealthy? So I don't remember who it is. I want to say Rattler? I want to say Rattler has a Gearbox FMM combo. So this is the motor plate that was removed from that Gearbox, and then I just kind of filed the extra bits down. So that'll go nicely, sir. And I believe that yes, my mind is glowing. this should just wash right together. Short. I think I got it. I think I got it. I didn't write anything down, you know, as we are apt not to do. So we still had to get one Amazon part on there. Gonna have dinner later. I will keep searching and hopefully work on the dang not a Phoenix. I feel like I put the emphasis in the wrong spot when I said dang not a Phoenix. Hugo, quite a few UK hobby shops stock our four-wheel drive stuff. Yeah, I was going to say, man, they got it. Ordering directly from RC four-wheel drive seems far. I know there's a lot of places over there that won't ship over here, but I mean, that kind of makes sense. Because if we put a Vanquish motor plate on it, it would be too much. It'd be too much. As it is, there was an extremely kind-hearted follower of the canyon who offered to send me that dig unit absolutely free of charge because they ordered a dig unit and they thought they were ordering a dig unit for a VFD, which costs about the same as this one, but they didn't. They had ordered this one, and then when it showed up, they were like, I'm not even going to send it back because it's not their fault. I'm going to give it to you instead. So I have, as per usual, forgotten who it was. It's been a minute. It has been a minute. And then we probably have enough guts around here to assemble ourselves a little tiny... I want to see if I can flip one of these into like a laydown. I can do it like that. Like, wouldn't that be trippy? Go, Fox Belly style. So. And I can definitely say, when you're putting the expensive stuff together, the expensive stuff does the expensive stuff things more often than not, in that you just bosh the parts together and you're done. Hey, while we're at it, let's see if I can dig enough parts out of the bin to put this gearbox together. Because, like, let's see. That one looks different. That one's nylon. Nylon swaged. I was doing something with that one. It's gonna come down to top shaft as to whether or not we can slap this together. So, you know what we're doing? We're side questing. We're double side questing. The Mias Capra straight axles use AR-44, AR-44 and AR-45, same thing. Outside of the AR-60, which is, and the RB6 and the RB14, any of the 10th scale axles from Axial all use the exact same ring and pinion, the same 830 ring and pinion, the same gears that are inside Vanquish F10s, that are inside SSDs, that are inside about half the RC four-wheel drive axles. That 830 is the gear. It's everywhere, which always leads me to question, why must they always try to reinvent the wheel? That looks suspiciously like the shaft. It's going to come down to top shaft and intermediate gear. That looks, that might be Vanquish. That looks like Bearings. Just need bearings. Let's see if we guessed right. Looks pretty right to me. So we need a top shaft. Oh, I know I already have one. I know where I got one. Because what do I need to put together? Obviously, another gearbox. Can't have enough gearboxes. Found another damn motor plate. Didn't even know. I guess I didn't know. Pin drive, honestly, would be preferable as far as I'm concerned. On the VRD Street Kit, 6% OD trans, should I underdrive the rear? It depends. Go by what you... Have you already bought your power system? If you've already bought your power system, then you're working toward... That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. Bearing really does not pocket in there very well. It's got a little land under it. I guess that's right. There's no way that top shaft fits in that housing. Unfortunately. This one does. Looks narrower. Okay, so you got an 1800. And that's on a straight axle? Yes, underdrive the rear. If you hadn't already selected your power system, you can adjust from there, you know. As you have, on a straight axle with an 1800, I would definitely say underdrive the rear, which will give you 16%. Not too bad. Ow. Ow. Don't worry about me. I'm just, dang it. I'm trying to use parts on hand to cobble a lay shaft together. That's got flats and it's really long. That's got flats. Wait, no, that's got a pin and it's short. Ooh, maybe we got it. Maybe we got it. Nope. Won't fit inside that gear. Oh man, that thing is bent to hell. I don't know what I did there. Just check this gear. Yeah, it's better. It's definitely better. Everything is greasy. Why are companies going for bigger 1/8 and 1/6 scale cars? That is an excellent question. The same, I guess it's the same answer. I'm gonna keep pulling them out of the drawer and just keep testing them until I find one that fits. That looks like it'll fit. I'm adding caster to Lord Pennaby. You forgot to thread lock all the things. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard of that vehicle before. And your accusations are baseless. I've never heard of that, so I don't see how it would be possible that I would have forgotten to thread lock it. Not that I forget to thread lock things regularly. I would rather have more 1/6 options than micros on the market. Yes. Now, so we're talking about the Red Cat Vertex, aka the Yikong 4061. Yikong. Okay? If you are a human being and you don't think that the Yikong 4061 looks better than the Red Cat thing, I genuinely don't know what to tell you. For those unfamiliar, for those who are like, I wish I knew what you all were talking about. So, this is the 4061, right? Now see how it says right there? Developed in partnership with Red Cat. So we may never know what the involvement from each side was. Basically, here's what I can say sight unseen. I'm hoping that Yikong did way more of the development than Red Cat did. Because Red Cat, in the crawler space, has continually shown that they don't know what they're doing. Yeah, Mr. Raccoon is spot on. Also, like, that looks good. And with no banana for scale, there's almost no ability to, like, you can't judge the size of that. The Red Cat looks dumb. If you appreciate the look of it, that's absolutely 100% fine. Looks are as subjective as anything, and I don't think less of you if you like it. I think that the Yikong looks a lot better. Yeah, WJ Kearns is basically the same reason I don't do minis here. Is because right here, right? If we can get, there we go. Okay, my hands are not that close to the frame, and if we do this, I can go all the way corner to corner. Yeah, Sputter Crawler, as points out, there are a number of sellers on AliExpress where you can, right now, should you be so inclined, you can go on AliExpress and buy that Yikong for $480 shipped. The Red Cat is over $300 more than that, plus tax and everything else. And they are the same thing. They're the same thing. They're the actual exact same thing. Aaron Schmidt, I'm right there with you. Give me a 6th scale TRX4, and I don't even care if you do it SCX6 style. Just take the thing, put it in the photocopier machine, set it to 150%, hit go. I love Bruce. Bruce shall never be replaced. Would I add another trail rig to the rotation that was a TRX6, but not the 6-wheel one? A 6th scale TRX4, TRX4 Max, 100%, because that's all they did with the SCX6. They just made a big 10.3, and the 10.3 and 10 scale is not great, but people love their SCX6s. So, how much do you think a 1.6 TRX4 would weigh? Between 20 and 25 pounds, depending on how crazy Traxxas went with the body. I would say 20 to 25 pounds, because an SCX6 is 25 pounds. I would honestly think a 6 scale TRX4 would be about the same. I don't know why this bearing sits the way it does. Because the bearing is preventing the case from closing, because it looks like the bearing is about 1 millimeter too thick, which leads me to believe that the gear, every time I say gear, it sounds weird, so weird coming out of my mouth. Gear width is 11 millimeters, so we get a gear about 10 millimeters. 1200 kV fusion on my Ecto. What size pinion would you recommend to start with? The stock one, 18. You're probably going to end up somewhere between 18 and 22, depending on what kind of speed you like, with the 87 tooth spur. I have several SCX24s. I like them, but I don't talk about them here. The stuff is tiny and a pain for sure. When I had to put the Mias lights together, and it made me hate minis even more, even though there were no minis present. For those unaware, and I recommend them to everyone. If anyone asks me, anyone at all, they say what LEDs I should get. I saw a Jeep when we were having lunch after Wheelin' Wednesdays. I saw a Jeep that had this exact lights on it. It had these exact lights. So whatever Mias cloned, they exist in the real world. I don't know nothing about real world stuff. But that light bucket that I showed you just now, I'm going to put 2 screws in my hand. One is an M3x8, and one is the screw that they use to put their light buckets together. It's the enemy. It's my enemy. Look, like, where's my pointer? What is that? That's cruelty, is what it is. That's cruelty. So to light up Gumby, I had to put, there's 4 per housing on the main lights and 3 per housing on the small ones. And I had to put together 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I had to put together 10 lights. It took me like an hour and a half. It's horrible. And minis get to do that all day. That's a pass from me, dog. Okay, I have found a 10 millimeter gear, because for whatever reason this shaft has an 11 millimeter gear, and I don't feel like taking it to the lathe. Now I just need to find a shaft, even if it's a crazy long one. It's not that long. Meanwhile, Toothless is over here going, "You started off doing what again? Would you care to remind me?" Yeah, I know. I know it. I know it. All I'm finding is VFD stuff in here. And all the shafts I'm finding that are the right length have swaged gears on them. I think that's going to seat down enough. My wife built my Mias light pod lights for me. My eyes just couldn't do it. So is anyone from here going to Proline by the Fire? Me. I am. I'll be there at the very least Friday. And I had a couple people say they wouldn't be able to make it out until Saturday. So I'll probably be there. Honestly, I'll probably be there Saturday as well. But I'm going to drive up on Saturday. Okay. How many of these am I going to find? What's happening on the bench? God, I don't know. I wish I could tell you. It's going actively sideways. Did I just find another one? Yeah, I did. So, if you were questioning at all how many of these has he converted to hybrid FMM situations? And there's your answer. Okay. So, I have two. All of these are one piece, so the gear doesn't come off. I have a gear that will work. It's this one. Because it is 1 millimeter narrower than the other gears. What I don't have are any microscopic pins to go through these lay shafts to end my misery. This one is way too thick, I think. No, it's not. But it's not the right tooth count, is it? No, it's not. That is also swayed together anyway, so the point is moot. Dang. Dang. The same thing that's always happening on Mr. C's bench, a mess of madness, 1,000% today. I'm on the other side of the country. Do they allow dogs in Proline? I'm pretty sure I saw dogs. Go to Google Maps and zoom in on it. Like, I'm sure they don't want dogs running around loose, but also it'll probably say it on the website, the event website. Yeah. Oh, sacrificial drill bits. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Because, you know what I found on Amazon this very yesterday? I found 100 cobalt drill bits for $20. Look how many are just in this drawer. Look how many drill bits are in there. In 1 millimeter, 1.5, 2 millimeter, 2.5, and 3 millimeter. It's like 20 of each. So good. So, what perfectly fits through right there? Well, that does. We need that pin to be 8 millimeters long. So I'm going to make some grindy noises in the background as we cut the bottom off of this drill bit, because these drill bits are 20 cents each. I completely forgot about the drill bits. Hopefully that cutoff wheel is still on the Dremel. And it is! If someone were to ask me, and no one ever has, but if someone were to ask me, how do you feel about the Black & Decker RTX rotary tool? I'm not a huge, I know I call them Dremels, but I am not a huge fan of Dremel, because I have had more Dremel rotary tools fail in my life than any other tool from any other brand. I have killed, quite literally, 100% of the Dremel tools that I've owned. Every single one. Meanwhile, this is what years of graft looks like. We've got the Black & Decker RTX rotary, manufacture date 2010. Certainly no longer sold. Should I do something about that cord? Probably. Am I gonna? No. These are brushed motors. You can see a little bit of the silver can in there. When the brushes in this finally die, I will be very sad. I will be deeply sad, because I've been using it for 10 years, 15 years. I have two of them. They are identical cousins. The other one, this is completely stripped out. So it has a barrel that holds, the quick release barrel that holds 1/2-inch sanding drums, and that's all it does. This one gets all new bits all the time, because the other one can't. Hasn't electrocuted me yet, so that's a step in the right direction. I just realized I left this over here. and see, because we only had to cut 8 millimeters off of its butt. That's still a fully usable drill bit. Back in the drawer with you. Where's your drawer? Back in the drawer with you. See, did you see my pics from the last live I emailed? Was it the ones with that, the rig with $1,000 in axles? Hey, thank you, Chuck, for the one. They don't make anything as good anymore. 25-year-old washer died, replaced it with a new model. Motherboard died less than a year on the same usage. 100%. Where can I get printed Revolt inserts in Europe? Well, Erwin is in Belgium, so I'm assuming directly from Erwin. I saw him in here earlier. I hope he hasn't disappeared already. How did the Borderland Live do to compare to the ants? Oh, got beat by the ants. Got beat by the ants. You know he did it. You know he made that like 0.5 millimeter too long. I can't see it. Look at that. Son of a... That's okay. That's an easy fix. Yeah, people love the ants. I guess ants have a more mass appeal. And, small update, I suppose. I didn't see any ants in the shed for about 4 days. Oh, I didn't see any ants for about 4 days, and then they were back. How hard would it be to swap out the rear of the 2 twisty knobs on the Mias ME10B to a pot with less throw? I have 4-wheel steer setup on it, but the pot needs to be shorter throw. Above and beyond my capabilities. For surezies. I will be of no help. Okay. Question for the class. This lay shaft, we're gonna double test it to make sure that it fits going forward. Yes. But it's going to need one shim on it. Yeah, it's going to need a shim on it. The shaft extends out the butt, right? So it's still, well, I guess we can test it first. I was going to say it's going to do the same thing and prevent, nope, yeah. I still can't get the case to close, right? So, the question is, do we grind that down, or do we just drill a hole in the case? I didn't intend to put a gearbox together right now anyway. Yeah, that shaft will work. Grind it down, drill a hole. The Lord is getting painted, full interior and lights, swapping a Stealth XF to clear the interior. He's going to be so good. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Did you see the Simon Fordman Tarot homage? I don't know what that means. Back to the twisty knobs. Somebody would know how to do that, but like the pots have like resistances, and like if you just grab a pot and throw it on there, it'll never work. I don't know. Somebody knows, but I am not the guy that knows. Grind the end of the shaft down. All right. Fine. I kind of knew that was going to be the correct way to go, so we mark the end of the shaft silver, and we hope that when we pull the bearing off, it doesn't wipe off all the silver Sharpie. So I figure that all of these are from dig boxes. That's why I have so many of them. Has to be. And let's leave our parts here. This is going to get really hot really fast. Time me! This thing smells exactly like the 4th of July. Now let's find out. Will this case close up? Did he grind off enough? Yes. Bearings on. Oh. I think we need a shim. I think we need a little shim. I could feel the rhythmic rap-a-tap of the teeth. We've done it! We've done it! All right. Somebody's getting built in the next couple weeks, and that somebody's getting this gearbox. Sounds like a job. Oh. Can't, can't waste a perfectly functional $20 gearbox if we can't spend 30 minutes putting all the pieces together like a lunatic. Then maybe I can go back. Well, I mean, all I got to do is drop that down. It's not was going to get myself a bench sander and a pillar drill. Ended up with a secondhand trail finder too. I get it. I can absolutely understand how that could happen. Also, as an American, whenever I read pillar drill, it makes me chuckle. Because we just call them drill presses. But the phrase pillar drill does make sense to me. It's a pillar. Yeah, they're not kidding when they say 24s, because 25s kind of poke out the nose a little bit. Not enough, I don't think. Oh, it feels nice. Feels nice. Then we need a 16, 19, we need a 20. What's amazing about Toothless so far is he hasn't needed anything yet. Just used what he's got. Stop talking about Hugo, he's back. Okay, all right. Whew, I'm glad I saw that. Have any regrets in RC, like buying something or giving something away or not buying something? So, that's a lot. That's a lot. Okay. Things I regret buying. Please do take into account that the lion's share of my purchases of the Red Cat variety predate the channel. So, the Wendigo I consider to be the worst RC purchase I've ever made in my entire life. Like, as a person who is alive that uses toy cars that go fast and slow, I consider the Red Cat Wendigo to be the worst thing I've ever bought in my entire life. But I kind of, on the same level, don't regret buying it. Because I came from a history and a lineage of like associated racing vehicles and Yokomo buggies and belt drive sedans and a lot of finicky things that some broke easily and some didn't. But the difference was a lot of those old Associateds and Yokomos, they would break. They would be nearly frangible in how they operated. But they were designed and engineered correctly. Red Cat really opened my eyes to how bad you can make something while setting out deliberately to make something. Like, they didn't accidentally stumble into RC cars. They just happened to make some of the very worst ones that you could possibly make. So I kind of don't regret it. And then I was conned into buying a Red Cat Everest 10 because it said, oh, this is the best out-of-the-box crawler for under this price. And I would consider the Everest 10 the thing that really... Oh, yeah, you guys are going. The thing that really prompted me to go more into doing the channel, because reviewers, and boy can we use that with air quotes around it, reviewers will say things that are just objectively false all the time. And I began before doing YouTube, you know, my generation doesn't want to leave any record of anything. I began in my time before YouTube, I would do as others did, of my age. I understand now. It has become more clear to me that people who are younger operate under a pattern of buy the thing, then go watch videos about the thing that they bought. Which is, to my mind, insane. It's kind of the definition of insanity. You watch the videos to find out if you should buy that thing. You do the investment, which is a big part about why I have no issues in making 40-minute videos. If somebody doesn't want to watch the 40-minute video, that's absolutely fine. So I just want that person to ask themselves when... I mean, I haven't gotten one of them in a while. I used to get the comments somewhat regularly. 40 minutes for a quick view? Not very quick. Oh, yeah. Here's the... what is your time worth? How much is your time worth? Because you can watch a 40-minute video, or you can go out and sight unseen spend $1,000. So you value your time at greater than, that'd be what, $1,400 an hour? You think your time is worth $1,400 an hour? That's absolutely fine. Then those people are not my target audience. They can go and they can go do the things. They can do all the things. They can spend all the cash. And it won't bother me one way or another. So, wrapping back around, is there anything I regret buying? A Team Associated RC18T. That is how far back my mini animosity goes. My mini micro animosity goes back to the RC18T. Because designed properly, well and truly frangible. Like, and this was coming from a background of things like Yokomo. It would break if you went like this. Broken. If you looked at it quickly, you broke it. So I would rather not do that again. And basically, I live in Southern California, the southern part of California. I live in the inland desert part of Southern California. which is far from the nicest part, but we're still in that kind of buttery zone where we have X number. I realize I'm just working. You're watching nothing. We live in that kind of buttery zone where we have X number of really nice days every year. I want to say it's like 250. We have 250 days a year that fall into this, like, nothing to complain about situation. I want to say it's between 45 and 75, something like that. What drill bits do you use to drill through hardened steel? Carbide, solid carbide. Get thee to Amazon. Use those bits the way they are intended. Don't go to someplace nice. Do not buy nice carbide bits. You will break them all the time. Sometimes you will get one hole drilled with a carbide bit and it will break or it will dull out and you won't be able to use it anymore. Use them as absolutely disposable. Carbide will drill through pretty much anything hard. I drill through hardened shafts to enlarge them for larger screw pins, wheel pins, whatever kind of pins. I do it all the time. But boy, can you kill them. They are here for a good time, absolutely not for a long time. And I've got tungsten and cobalt and everything. Just you skip to the, go straight to the nukes. Go straight to carbide. Can't see. I can't see. I got the screw in too far. I do not like having to use a spacer, but I do like having suspension, so. Would you look at that? Yeah, look how pretty and blue he is in the middle. Damn. Did you see my question on the members video about the tires? No. YouTube. Hey, can we take a moment to complain about YouTube? YouTube has changed it to where now when you see comments, they are sorted by, and I kid you not when I say this aloud, they are sorted by most relevant. I want to use my wife's language for that one. Members show viewers will know. What does that mean, most relevant? Show me the newest comments first. Please and thank you. So, and in the same year, we are going to stop sending you emails when people respond to comments. So now you have to go look for them manually. And if you are a normal human, you will forget to do this. And I do all the time. So I miss a lot of comments now, a lot of them. And sometimes I see them 3, 4, 5 days later. Thank you, YouTube, for that. Grandma's time is limited. I gotta get while the getting is able to get. Wow. I used carbide on a popsicle stick and it made smoke. Yeah, they'll do that. Yeah. Is Apple Valley, California nice? As a lifelong resident of Southern California and California in general, I'm going to have to go ahead and say no. It really kind of isn't. That entire region of the high desert, and if you live up there, please do forgive me for my dirty Flatlander viewpoints. I genuinely don't get it. I mean, I understand Bakersfield even less, but the high desert, It's got some pretty sunsets and whatnot, but God, it is bleak. The way I would describe it is bleak. And Apple Valley is pretty bleak. Bear Valley Parkway. And I grew up in San Bernardino, which ain't exactly nice. Wheelin' Wednesday was pretty awesome. Then you made my day and took Bruce and Sheila for a stroll. Yes, we did. And, as I mentioned, 100% the wife's idea. She was like, you could do a members video. And I was like, oh my God. One of us. She is officially one of us. Yeah. We might get 2 things done today. Something's a little loose. Something's a little loose. I don't know what. Something. Yeah, it was a good spot. She yelled at me for driving too fast on the way home. So an upgrade from Phoenix? Yeah, even I would have to say not quite as desolate as Phoenix. 3mm rod ends short, please. Tweezers, please. Tweezers, please. Tweezers, please. Lot there, huh? Hiding. I was told in school that Callie would break off after a massive earthquake, and it hasn't happened. But finding you in your videos, I would have said I got ripped off. She did stick her hand in a hole. She did indeed stick her hand in a hole, recklessly. After complaining that I always tell her, why don't you go touch that or that, and then just went and stuck her hand in a hole. And I will say it loud and proud. I would not have put my hand in that hole. She's a crazy person. Oh, I went real OCD on the springs. Proper OCD stuff. I just feel a motivation, you know. This morning, I sorted set screws out again, like a crazy person. And we're going to swap his shocks out for the exact same reason that we swapped out the shocks on Vermilion on Jolly Green Sun, because different color. Someone who said, Swamper said you should tell her about rattlesnakes. The thing about rattlesnakes is rattlesnakes don't want to mess with you, but she could have I mean, a rattlesnake hole would be a lot smaller than that, but she could have indeed stuck her hand into a rattlesnake's house. And they wouldn't have liked that. They would not have liked that at all. Yeah, they do not like to be surprised. No, that is absolutely true. Most people, if you've ever been hiking, if you've ever been out in the woods, if you've been in the desert, you've probably been within 6 feet of a rattlesnake and just never knew it. Because they really do keep to themselves. You basically have to step on them to get them to bite you. Now, horses will spook them a little bit. Horses would spook me a little bit. They're too big. Don't trust them. Your wife has more balls than most men these days. Yeah. Was asking you what foams or inserts you recommend to go in the lamprey. Oh! And the rig is 2100, 2150. Oh, soft. Really soft. You're going to need something really, really, really soft. Jeez, off the top of my head. Lampreys don't come with foams, right? I seem to be remembering that. I ate rattlesnake once. It's... I don't know. What if your hand got bumped? Yeah. Yeah, anything that touches you in the ocean, even if it's just seaweed going by, it's like your brain just stops. I sent you an email with a file for the new FJ axle mount so you can print them out, moves the axle back about 6 millimeters. Cool! Cool. Thanks for the tip of the Phoenix kit. It was great to build and great to drive. And you were right. You want to buy Chinese stuff. Yeah. So you just built that new rig with the F100 body. How many bodies are going to get skipped to paint that? Oh, God. Remember how I said that what I need is a printern so that I'll actually 3D print things? And then I got one and now I 3D print things? I'm starting to think I need a painter as well. I bought, during the tower sale, I think I bought 5 bodies. And I already have like 3 here that isn't painted. Does your spring engine have real living hinges? I have too many numbers rattling around in my head. A couple days ago, I could have told you the number. And the number that's in my head, let me Google it and see if I'm right. Pardon my quietness. Okay, so I use a bin that you've seen out here on the bench many times, and they were sold only locally through Joann, through a little semi-in-house brand at the Joann called Hildy and Joe. So it's these guys right here. So yeah, it's a hinge like that. And when they break, I put Gorilla Tape on it and I keep using them. So I have a great number of these. They're for beads, right? So it's really easy to get screws out of them because they all have little rounded bottoms. They have rounded bottoms, which is important thing number 1. And then perhaps the more important thing, they are 20 compartment bins. None of these come out, right? That's exactly what we want because stuff fitting in under is impossible. So we have, like, they're everywhere. They're all around us. Joann, may she rest in peace, is gone. So I can't get more from Joann. The only place that I have also found these is at a store that sells games in Madison, Wisconsin, that sells board games. They do not ship, sadly, much to my chagrin. Otherwise, I would have ordered some. Because I currently have in rotation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 14. I have 14 of those bins. 14, 20 bin. Wish I could have more. The only place I also found them, you can buy them by the pallet on Alibaba, but there's something that makes me not want to spend $1,000 on bins. Because I need like 6 more. And every time I would go to the Joann Crafts, which was more often for my own needs than it was for my wife's, I would buy any Hildy and Joe bin that they had. I bought the last... Oh, and also... So, I have 14 of those, but then they also did an 8 compartment, same rounded bottoms, and I have a number of them completely full of shocks. So if anybody knows where to get those 20 compartment bins, I asked on the Discord, and here's the thing about the 20 compartment bins. I don't need a 20 compartment bin. I need this 20 compartment bin. Because I have an do you see what's about to happen right here? I have an entire infrastructure built around these round bottom bins. I can't just start using other bins. There's a section over here on the other side of my big Durham manufacturing guy, and there is a structural member behind that lever, and then that is touching the side of it. You see, I can't use any other bins. I can only use these bins, and I need more of these bins. So, again, a shout out. Does anybody know anyone that lives in Madison, Wisconsin? I need someone that lives in Madison, Wisconsin. Because hopefully I could get them to go to the store. Oh, apple bottom jeans and the boots with the fur? I saw him live, I'll have you know. Oh, it's on the bench. Is it still on the bench? Yeah, okay. In 2008, I went to Scion United. I was car number 24 of 500. And it was a debacle. We got a free hotel stay in a pretty nice resort outside of Vegas. And then we went to this event called Scion United. And in the main tent, performing that night, were Flo Rida and Method Man and Redman performing under this big tent out in the desert. And there was bear with me, there was an open bar, and they were serving something called Scion Punch. Let's put it to you this way. People were throwing up on the little tour buses, the little transfer buses that took us down to the parking lot. People were throwing up everywhere. People were blacking out. It was truly a night to behold, the Scion United night. And my car was on a billboard for a while. They all did it as part of an ad campaign. And where they took the pictures of the cars was out in the desert. And they were driving lowered, heavily modified cars down these basically desert roads and just beating the life out of these cars. And there were people that took years to get their money back for the damages done to their cars. Someone said, why Madison, Wisconsin? Okay. Here's why. Here's what I'm looking for. I'm outsourcing this to the internet. 20 compartments. There it is, right there. Rounded bottoms, everybody. Rounded bottoms. 10 3/4 by 7.5 by 1 3/4. The I'm Bored game compartment storage 20 compartment box. They are in stock in Madison, Middleton, and Sun Prairie. They do not ship. You can buy it and then pick it up in store. Those are your only options. So Madison, Middleton, and Sun Prairie, and as best as I could tell on the map, if you found it on Amazon, you've really done something. Any recommendations on links from AliExpress building on the cheap? If I'm, hey, Jimbo with the 5! What I tend to do is I go on Amazon and I buy the RC Lions link kits. I don't think it gets cheaper. I've seen it $13.99 for 10 links. A night not to remember. Yeah, well, I do like mock pirates. These are just I make shock towers. This is why my wife has those bins for her beads. I'll ask where she got them. Rubber the computer guy, ask her where she got them. Let's all email them and ask for shipping. How much to ship those? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that a little gaming place that does tabletop games in Madison, Wisconsin doesn't ship. And why would the raccoon not think that I would know who Flo Rida was? I am old. And I'm white. And I know who King T is and the DOC and you name it. What about DHL shipping for Germany to Spain for $10? Do it. Oh, did you ever happen to find that raccoon at Tractor Supply? I haven't gone nowhere, but I will. I'll talk to the wife. We might be able to find out today. Someone else on the Discord said they were going to get it, so I didn't rush to the Tractor Supply. But I'll go to the Tractor Supply. I don't need much of an excuse to go to the old TSC. I can find out. Were you alive when the Dead Sea was still alive? Yes. Yes. As I used to tell my children when they were young, I remember when I was going to grade school and we transitioned from riding Triceratops to riding Stegosaurus, people had a hard time getting used to it, you know? You got to roll with it, you know? You get used to what you got to get used to. Yeah, see, Keeper Box 20 compartment, 13 by 7.5, 10.75 by 7.5 by 1 3/4. I don't want to say that I have Google searched for this exact box a lot. A lot, but I have. Because, and here's why I absolutely outright poo-poo the suggestion of any other storage box. Because in all the varieties between the 20 compartment and the 8 compartment, I have over 20 of them. And I have no desire to replace all 20 bins with another bin. Because there are bins under the tool rack, right behind the camera, right over here. There's bins over there. There's bins over there. There's bins over on the other side. And as a woodworker, I have built things to accommodate those bins. That particular bin. I bought some Zinco, that's spelled with an X, cable ties. There's something about them that I don't like. I don't know what it is specifically. They were very inexpensive, and I think I may have found the low-end theory. I think I may have found the do not go below price point on 4-inch cable ties. Because these are a problem. There's something about them just doesn't feel right. But I am deep in the sunk cost fallacy, and I spent like $9 on these, so you know I'm going to use them until something better comes along. I do have 1,000 of them. Or is it please say it's 1,000. No, it's 2,000. Oh, God. I would say, I almost said foolishly, maybe that'll be the last bag of 4-inch that I go through, but let's be honest. I go through about 1,000 4-inch zip ties a year. So We'll be buying a new bag. We'll be buying a new bag before I know it. If I can get a set of tires shipped for 62, weird little symbol, I'm going bananas. I emailed you the link. Pow, 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 pow. Pow, pow, pow. I should open this bag. I got a bag I need to open. Yeah, I'm familiar with that one. Yeah. It's close. It's real close. I think the blind guy found this one as well, the Beadcraft ones. I don't think the Beadcraft are round bottom. Beadcraft from New York, New York. You can start gifting out zip ties when you send out stickers? Yeah, I should. I think I bought the same ones. I was thinking to get a pack of 10 or 2,000. Yeah. That's me with the cell phone charm lanyards. Because when I ordered these, a pack of 100, 200, 300, 500, and 1,000 were all the same price. Literally, to the dollar. So, I have lanyards forever. Forever. Shocks. Like, look how much nicer his colors are. Right? Look how much nicer. So good. I built up a set of shocks specifically to change his shocks out. Oh, I need to address his dig horn. Dig horn! Yeah, if they are rounded, that's great, but unfortunately they're 13 by 7.5. Just try. What am I doing? 27 a pair, 10 in shipping with DHL. Hey, that's not bad. That's close to American pricing. That's not bad at all. And did Hugo say what tires they are? I can get a set of tires. No, he just said a set. What tires? Don't forget about Sheila. Oh, you know I already did. You know I already did. When you said it just now, for a second I was like, what? Yeah. Do you have Michaels near you? I did and I did. I do and I did. Yeah. Money for the Labubu. Oh, man. You know what I love? The internet. You know why? The Labubu is the sign of the coming of the devil. And I'm like, oh, my God. Is there anything specifically that some group won't herald as the return of Satan? Oh, that's for megalithics? Then why haven't you ordered them already? Take that L'Oreal money and throw it at that company. I should shorten his battery lead, or alternately, I should flip his battery tray around. That's what I should do. What did I tape it down with? Well, that was really on there. I'm shocked you haven't made a Labubu a driver in one of your rigs or put one in the back window of Bruce as a caged animal. Well, I hadn't thought about it until right now. Dang it. Also, I don't own a Labubu. I was sure Satan never left. What do you mean a comeback? You know my favorite. I don't want to. I don't talk about religion because I view religion from the most secular perspective that anyone ever could. I've read the Bible, right? I find it interesting, but a lot of world religions get really perverted by extremists, let's call them. Anyway, the devil never kills anybody in the Bible. And God wipes out all of humanity more than once. Sent you a link for the smaller box with the brown bottom too. Oh. Somebody power Googling. Bins round 2. Okay, 10 3/4 by 7.5. Oh, at the same place. Yeah, that's them. That's them. Let's see what it would cost to get half a dozen of them. Where'd my cart go? I mean, I can't order them for 3 more days. I'm gonna Hugo's found a place. He's found a place. Oh, bless you for doing shipping. Flat rate shipping, $10. All right. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. I will be ordering half a dozen of those bins in as little as 3 days. Oh, man. Hugo, you and me both. The Tower Hobby sale was nothing short of a bona fide problem for me. I had already basically spent my money for the month, and then that sale came up, and woof. I think I ordered 5 separate times. They got me with the Proline bodies. They got me with all the associated stuff. I was out of control. And it's gonna, I do everything PayPal buyer credit, so it takes I got 6 months to pay it off. I spent 2 months worth of money in like 4 days. But man, at the far left of your shelf of stuff, there's a little figure on a green stand in gray. Oh, this guy? That's Powdered Toast Man. Leave everything to me. Does it get a date on it? 1994. Nickelodeon. Powdered Toast Man. From the Ren and Stimpy show, which is a show still to this day where people would ask me, was that a real thing that existed? I'm like, yes. And it's almost difficult to believe that it actually did. And for fun, I know I've mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again because I don't know if it's 1 degree of separation or 2 degrees of separation, but my longest term friend, the man I have known the longest, the man who, if I need something done, is the guy that does the doing, his uncle, his father's brother, was the voice of Powdered Toast Man on Ren and Stimpy. Leave everything to me. We even made him do the voice once, which was basically just his voice but louder. Are you talking about the Tower Hobby sale of Element stuff? I absolutely am. Yes. Everyone does love log. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's better than bad. It's good. I showed my 11-year-old son Ren and Stimpy. He did not like it. What? Still, to this day rattling around in my head. I wrote that poem. Stimpy cheated. And then Stimpy goes, ah! And Yak Shaving Day, I can recite the Royal Canadian Kilted Yaksman's anthem. Our country reeks of trees. Our yaks are very large, and they smell of rotting beef carcasses. Yeah. Ren and Stimpy as a show is like a fever dream. I feel like you could be quieter, you know? Oh, don't whiz on the electric fence. Every time anyone that I know, anyone says, I gotta go take a leak, I gotta go to the bathroom, I gotta take a whiz, any of those phrases, I will respond almost immediately with either, wait, I need to go turn on the electric fence, or, but the electric fence isn't on. It's one or the other. And in half the people, at least half the people you say that to, they look at you like you have a frog crawling out of your mouth. What rolls downstairs, sold only in pairs, rolls over your neighbor's dog. What's great for a snack and fits on your back, it's log, log, log. It's log, it's log. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's log, it's log. It's better than bad, it's good. Jumping in on a tangent here, thanks for doing all tier lists. I used the shotgun to pick a set that met my needs, and now I have a Red Cat Gen 7 High Trail. Every single 4.75 for 26 bucks a pair. That's better than we're getting. Hugo's found the promised land. Oh yeah, speaking of which, when I was looking for those lay shafts, the tower sale. The tower sale. Remember the guy that just spent like 30 minutes putting together a slapdash 10-2 gearbox? He's got a drawer with 3 unbuilt Stealth X's in it. Yeah. Same guy. Same guy, if you'll believe it. But the next build needs to have portals on it because I've got a fresh built perfect set of 80mm chavs in there. So I got to get on that. Maybe, just maybe next week we'll build some. Maybe we'll build some. I felt like crap this morning. The term is crap. It has nothing, before you suggest it, it has nothing to do with how much Borderlands I play on any given day. That is a non-factor. But I took 2 of those headache relief pills, the ones that are aspirin, acetaminophen, and caffeine. I feel all right. I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling all right and okay. And I feel like the pills are at full stroke right now. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if the stream ends before the pills wear off. And then you will witness a very different life philosophy. I wasn't happy with the angularity of the dangularity on the dig linkage. The more level you can get your dig linkage, the betterer. And the shorter you can get your dig linkage, the betterer. I'm going to have to adjust endpoints, I think. I mean, I'm definitely going to have to adjust endpoints. But I'm going to have to, how much I have to adjust them is going to be determined momentarily. That screw is too long. That is a 12. I need a 10. Powdered toast, man! Jimbo's head back to the ocean. The air quality has been really bad and my headache won't go away. We had a full-blown monsoon yesterday. It rained apocalyptically hard for about 30 minutes, maybe 25. 25 or 30 minutes. It came down like it was never going to stop coming down. Headache med sounds like a Midol. Could be. I don't know what's in Midol. They call headache relief, same as Excedrin, I think it's generic Excedrin, which is just, as I said, aspirin, Tylenol, and caffeine. So don't take it before bed. I would recommend against that. They will get you pretty wired up, like I am now. We went from 103 to 78 and almost 100% humidity. Yeah. It went from 98 to 68. So it dropped 30 degrees and the humidity just blew through the roof. Like the rest of the day, I don't think we went under 85% humidity. It was gross. That is much greater, straighter. It could be a smooch, like half a mil. We'll deal. We'll hashtag deal with it. Endpoint. Ooh, Toothless's radio is dirty. One. We got to do it again. We got to do it again. We've got to do it. We've got to do it again. Because I neglected to center the servo before I put the horn on. That's on me. I've only set up servos like 1,000 times. Have you put any more thought into the pond waterfall in the canyon? Haven't heard anything about it in a long time. Mr. Raccoon, that is because in the summer here, the ground turns into something basically approximating stone. Having to dig in it would be a cinematic level of punishment. So during the summer months, I make every effort manageable not to dig anything into the ground out there. It is quite literally as hard as stone. It rained so hard yesterday, the entire street turned into a river. It was full-blown monsoon action. And within 3 hours, not a puddle. All that water just went shoom straight into the ground. Because the ground around here is thirsty. Then what we do is we go like that. We go. See how that goes? See how that goes? That's a two-hander. A little two-hander action. That's what you want to see. If your dig lever can't move, if your dig lever ain't got no wiggle in it, then you done got it on too tight. That means you're going to burn the servo out. So when you're at both ends of the linkage, when you're in dig and when you're in four-wheel drive, so what we want is when we dig it, we want assured engagement and disengagement. And when we're over here, we want to be able to give it a wiggle. Got to get the 3 fingers out is key. You got to do the rooster comb. You get it out like this, give it a little wiggle. If it wiggles, you're good. Then you go the other way. A little wiggle, a little wiggle. If that linkage doesn't move, it means the servo's got load on it. It's just loading it the whole time. And that's a quick way to burn it out. By the time you think to put your thumb on the servo to make sure it's functioning properly, it's done. I'm going to go ahead and say we got a little bit of run out on that gear. We got a little wibble. Got a little wibbly wobble. Oh, we're right at the link. We're at the end of that. I'm getting a little bit of I can feel it in the chassis because see the drive shaft right under the power button wobbing. Then we go like this. Just silent now. So we got a little adjust. Yeah, you can watch that power button jump up and down. Now, under load, it's never going to happen. I'm more on about the fact that this whatever spur I chose, I don't like it. I don't like it. There's a 2-year-old that went missing because their car got swept by the flood. Yikes! I believe it. That rain came down crazy. Now, did I do it, is the question? When I made that little... I shouldn't have. Had I known it was going to get a little wibbly... I would have faced it on the lathe. As you can hear, the motor's super loud. Best way to get the oil in the bearings. I doubt they needed it. But we're already here. And we're already losing our minds. Spur gears. We need key mount. What's on there now? What was on there now? Was that 56? 56? That is indeed a 56. What are our other options? What is the pinion? Let's just pull it and find out. Oop, getting a little behind. I have cousins in the canyon, but they don't ever call, so my intel on the canyon is limited. My God, you have no idea how happy I am. I can finally get J Concepts tires. Do you like 12.3 or 12.8? Well, it depends. If you're building to a body, you're beholden. But if you're not building to a body, the answer is right over there. 330 wheelbase is where it's at. And we'll throw in a round bottom. Well, we're at round bottom 330 wheelbase. 1256. Calculator. Can't do that math. 4.6666666 infinitely repeating. 13. So I'd have to go one tooth. Do have, wait, I haven't even checked to see if it'll fit. It will. Ooh. Been traveling down the road. Been flirting with disaster. I'm about to flirt with disaster right now. I'm going to show you all what it looks like as I flirt with disaster. Just need to find a 4mm spacer. Looks about right. Nope. I'm sorry, I need a 5mm spacer. Didn't that say 3.85? $4.85. Go, kitty. That'll explain it. I flirt with myself and I always reject myself. Same. Who does that guy think he is anyway? Is what I would say to me. I'm too good for him. Been traveling down the road. What is the best way to run springs on oil shocks? Compressed or full length? I'm trying to parse that question. What is the best way to run springs on oil shocks? Well, do you do manga or anime for... I don't know what a Mugiwara is. You're gonna have to bring me up to speed. If I can hold that. There we go. We're working. We're working. I currently have €93 to spend on RC, so I could technically buy one set. I'll check. Oh yeah, Hugo's way ahead of the game. If you're checking to see if it saves money to buy multiple sets, you're definitely in the crew. Oh, that's so much better. So, I will show you momentarily. I'm trying to see if I can get to the screws on the motor plate without taking the rig apart. Mugawa, oh, Straw Hat Luffy. Okay. Definitely, well, are you kidding me? Didn't you watch One Piece? Not really. Not like. So my son has seen every episode. My eldest has seen every episode of One Piece. I quite literally have neither the time nor the tolerance for that. My favorite anime of all time is Cowboy Bebop, and it's like 26 episodes. 24 or 26 episodes. The 1,000+ of One Piece, no. I've watched the Netflix. Does that count? I've seen a handful of episodes of One Piece. One Piece is all of the negative things that people think negatively about anime. Where you go through an entire episode, and when you get to the end of it, nothing happened. Nothing happened at all. And it is definitely not the show that I would show someone for the first time if they were interested in anime. Or thinking about getting interested in anime. I would show them something like Cowboy Bebop. Maybe Trigun. But yeah, there is an endless list of people that have undoubtedly seen more One Piece than I have. Why do I have... That's 48 pitch. What are you doing in with the 32s? Time to chase myself around the room, play hard to get. Catch it. Hizzy is out. The manga doesn't have tentacles. I'm not interested. I'm always waiting for the AliExpress coupons to save $3 by spending 30. Of course, I'm saving every Spanish penny. J Concepts rock blocks or upgrade RC rock claws in 4.75. I would say, as much of a fan of the green as I am, the only drawback to the rock claw would be the paper thin sidewall, which might be a potential risk. But other than that, in terms of more pure forward drive, I give it to the Upgrade RC. Truly surprising. For a first effort from a company. I was genuinely surprised by the Upgrade RC tires. Every tooth count around 14, around 13 I have found it. I've found 14, 15, a whole pile of 12s. There's another 14. All I want, not even for Christmas, I just want it right now. All I want is a 13 tooth pinion gear. I found it. It was going to happen eventually. This motor has a very short output shaft on it. I hope this bites. Speaking of anime, that's where all of mine are right now. Well, that's better. Get in the Discord and tell us what's your potato name. Oh my goodness. Is it in general? Because I will find out. You can't just not like people controlling big robots, explosions, and then Kaiju like Pacific Rim. Yeah, I don't know. Pacific Rim was great. Chunky Hash Master. Oh, I feel like these are those damn things to try to get your information, but we're just gonna say it out loud. Fluffy Mash Mover. I like that they're 3-day windows, so that it gives them a smaller amount that they have to guess to try to get into your personal information. If you ever see something like that on Facebook, I hope you know from the internet, don't do it. Don't do it. That's not advised. That's why I did it out of frame. I was indeed using the motor to take the spur gear off. Because I need one. I just left to get the spacer that's right here. Yeah, Fluffy Mash Mover. It's not as cool as some others, I will confess. We play the hand we're dealt, you know. So, flirting with disaster went straight into my head because I wanted to put a spur on here that doesn't have the wibbles that that one has. Only one I could find that is wibble free is a takeoff from a 10 Pro. So when somebody says, how close are you to losing it right now? I think we need more light. Look at how close the clearance between that spur gear and that drive shaft. We got a millimeter and a half. That's a big 60 on there. And the more important part of the big 60, ain't no run out on that. We're doing things. We're doing the absolute things. And 1360 and 1256 are essentially the same thing. They're off by like 0.015. I didn't even run the plate. That thing's supposed to have a plate on it. If I'd put the damn plate on it, I wouldn't have had to put a spacer behind it. Dang it! Dang it, Crushinator! Ah! Optatoes. I too like optatoes. How many times will we put it together and then take it apart again? A lot. This is going to line up better with the pinion as well. And we get to use one less spacer. If I don't have a power tool, I'll make one. Guess who didn't even start up setting their electronics on the Nada VS410? I have one guess. I have one good guess, which I think is probably accurate. How do you feel about the potato? Are you a fan? What's your preferred kind to eat? Whoa. Jerry the Raccoon is sounding suspiciously like an artificial intelligence. I would be hard-pressed to believe someone who said to me that they don't like potatoes. If you one of my younger's favorite things is just potatoes au gratin. They will just sit down and just eat potatoes au gratin. The like Costco one that you warm up in the microwave. They will just eat potatoes au gratin. Like not as a side dish, but as the dish. So yeah, potatoes are great-o. Doesn't even matter how, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. It's potatoes. Who doesn't love potatoes? How far will you go not to have to take something apart if you need to make a pinion adjustment? That far. How's that mesh? Oh, it's so good! Now, we've got fake run out because the washer that's on there is too big, so the spacer oscillates around, but look at that spurt of pinion. Yeah, that's nice. Does the Mias Gold Rush work better servo and axle or on the chassis? If you have chassis mounted steering and you set them up correctly, it will be indistinguishable. If someone blind tested you, you would not be able to tell the difference between chassis mounted steering and servo and axle. Servo and axle is significantly easier to set up. Significantly easier. You use your lower links to set the wheelbase, and then you use your upper links to set your pinion / caster angle, and you're done. As long as this link and this link are the same length, and then this link and this link are the same length, so you have pairs, you're done. CMS is a nightmare wrapped up in another nightmare, because you have manifold opportunities for it to go absolutely wrong. Also, I'm building a mental tier list of, and I feel like this is my free one, stupid shit that people say on the internet in an attempt to assuage themselves. And I want to do a tier list of stupid things that people say on the internet. This toy car related, because people say, my God, sometimes I just sit and I stare at the screen and I genuinely don't know what to make of it. I can't tell. It feels sometimes it feels like satire. And then I'm like, no, I think this person is being genuine, and I think that this is what they think. This is Jack Handy's deep thoughts realized. Or copium. I've heard the youths use the phrase copium, and I think that a lot of people that are deep into inhaling the copium don't realize that they're saying incredibly dumb things as part of a program to figure out how to justify their own bad decisions. They can't own anything. They can't take ownership of anything. If you've bought something and it's terrible, the fact that you bought it doesn't make it better. you can't rationalize something into being better. And there is a lot of that going around. That's just about right. That is just about right. When that thing bound there just for a second, I was like, good God. Did I just put the spur into the drive shaft? Well, that mesh is great. I think it's just that, oh yeah. Oh yeah. So on the plate that the electronics are on, I don't know if it'll see. Yeah, you see it right there? Yeah, that needs a little more clearancing on it. It is attempting to self-clearance itself. That drive shaft is rubbing on that pretty good. And if I flip that drive shaft around, it's going to keep rubbing. It's a bummer, too, because the only reason that gearbox has to be spaced up is because the suspension link is in the way. The rear upper link is in the way. You know what? Put it on the list along with Sheila's balance port attachment. We're all good. Check. 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 Nope, we're good. We're good. Toothless is good. He's got shiny bits. He's got black shocks the way intended. So he's all blacked out. Look, he's looking good. He's a good looking boy. And in him beats the heart of a Vanquish. I don't even know what they called it. 3-gear? Yeah, I was bound and determined to make cantilever work. And then one day, I took those shocks off. And on that test drive, he got quite literally better at absolutely everything. Absolutely everything got better. The cantilever is for a situation where you have a bed or a hard body or something that can't clear shock towers and you don't want to cut holes in it. It is not for general use. I don't care what anybody says. This is a full come at me. It will not work as good. A conventional shock setup is the convention for that because it works better. This isn't an opinion or a hot take. This is just how it is. That is deeply unfortunate. That is deeply, deeply, deeply unfortunate. So, I did clean all his wiring up. I was afraid I was going to have to clean all the wiring up. Our man here, I think we can do it. I think I have a battery pack that I can just plug in, don't I? Nope, they're both males. Isn't that the way? Oh, so I can go roundabout. He's the roundabout. Everything is a song lyric. And they're all contained in my brain. Put that in. And if memory serves, doesn't. Oh no, he's done it again. Well, might have killed 2 more 18650s because I put his radio away while it was on. And we've got null, and we've got 2 volts. Ladies and gentlemen, moment of silence. Another pair of 18650s. if you are a person who frequently and routinely forgets to turn their radio off, may I recommend to you 2 cell holders with 18650s. Because then you have made a $6 mistake. And not a 20. He got me. He got me right there. He got me a little. Is it this one? Nope, that's overdrive. Boink. That's a shame, isn't it? Isn't it? That's a shame, isn't it? Straight to camera. That's a bummer. That's a big bummer. So if we're gonna do it, we're gonna laze it. We're just gonna get them. And what is all this hullabaloo? Okay, I'm gonna plug these in to here. Should have a port. Oh, God in heaven! So all the switch does, and I don't even know if you can tell, they've got angel eyes. The angel eyes turn on and off. Yeah, you can see them. But you can't turn, like... So that switch is just to turn the angel eyes on and off. I'm sorry. I'm going to call a thing what the thing is. That's dumb. That's just dumb. If it was a 3-position switch and we could turn the angel eye, so there's 4 wires coming out of the housing because 2 of the wires are angel eye and the other 2 are, yeah, there's a different resistor on each positive. So my question to, oh, and then they want them to be able to switch on and off. That's why they don't just use a common ground. Sometimes when you, yes, these are the Amazon Halos. Yes. Like $15. I think they were $13.99, $14.99. I just wanted a bolt-on solution. And as long as this is just a splice here, wow, they went to the grip it and ship it school of wiring. It's like wiring a 3-way switch up in a kitchen. Yeah, the Halos are probably only rated to receiver voltage. Probably 6 volts. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna carve them up. We're gonna carve them up, and I'm gonna cut the wires. I'll have to. Let's see how easy these globs of hot glue. Nope. We're gonna hack it, and we're gonna bodge it, baby. We're gonna hack and bodge. Climb aboard, because we're gonna go to right where this hot glue is, right here. We're gonna cut that wire off right there. We're gonna solder the new headlights on, and then we're gonna put new hot glue on it. That is how we're gonna do that. Because I cannot be bothered. The temptation was initially just to replace the one burned out headlight. Yeah, the color is absolutely not selectable. It's just a little ring of LEDs around 2 single elements. I do like how bright they are. And what did the reflectors look like on the inside? They actually have a lens. They actually have a lens, which is probably why they're so bright. So today, while it may appear to the contrary, I can say with some certainty that stuff is getting done, because I'm prepping for Proline, and I'm doing it at an expectable amount of time. We're in advance here. I'm still tired, and we still have 45 minutes. Oh yeah, by the way, my wife and my kids are watching the Demon Slayer movie right now. That's where they are. They'll be out at about 4 p.m. So I'm getting my coffee drink late today. That's fine. That's fine. I'll live. We'll manage. And as soon as she... Okay, this is unrelated. It is related only in that it is wife-related. What the hell is that? Is that Amazon? The Amazon delivery was a guy in track pants and a really oversized white shirt. And nothing else giving the impression that he wasn't here to steal your goods and household belongings. But then he took his phone out and he took a picture of it, so I don't have to rush out there immediately. It's what I'd send the blind guy to do if he was here. But he's he's off gallivanting, as they do. So, only related in that my wife is part of the story. My wife was having a conversation with some of her coworkers. And she said, I can't have whatever came up. They were talking about something. Eating something and eating it somewhere. That part is relevant. And my wife said, what I have to watch out for are pecans and walnuts. She goes, those are my big two. She goes, because I have like a sensitivity to tree nuts. She's like, I'm not allergic, but she goes, they make me feel not great. Like if she gets something that has walnuts in it, her throat gets she gets that scratchy feeling like she has a sore throat. So she has a sensitivity to tree nuts. And someone in the party that was discussing it with her said, oh yeah, I'm like that. I have a peanut allergy too. And the wife said, no, peanuts are absolutely fine. I can eat all the peanuts I want. Peanut butter, all that stuff is just fine. And she goes, that's probably because a peanut is a completely different thing. Because it's true what she says. A peanut allergy and a tree nut allergy tend to be two completely separate affairs. You may be one of those unlucky souls who's allergic to both, but most people are allergic to one or the other or neither. So the wife has a sensitivity to tree nuts, but not to peanuts. And she goes, that's because the peanut is more like a bean and it grows in the ground. And her two coworkers said, what? And she said, yeah, a peanut grows underground. And they were like, no, it doesn't. Peanuts grow on trees. And she said, no, peanuts are like beans. They grow on the roots, but they grow on the roots of a plant in little shells. And she had to take them to YouTube and show them a video that peanuts indeed grow under the ground. These are adults that did not know that peanuts grew in the ground. And then one of them added further and said, oh, I guess that explains why peanuts are so salty. And it was at that moment that that was it. I lost all grasp of the human condition. Does she work at a daycare center? If you asked her that question, her response would be, sometimes. A fun question to pose to my wife, if you want to get the eye rolls, is, why can't people work from home? To which she will respond, I don't know. Why can't they work from home? She goes, I just know that a lot of them can't. She goes, some of them can, but most of them can't. But I will hold on to the, that must be why peanuts are salty for a while. Peanuts are salty because they grow in the ground. And when I heard that, I thought, I can't even get where that, like, is, where do they, is the ground is salty? Like salt of the earth? Are they combining the salt of the earth with peanuts being salt? Okay, I have a relative question. I have a relative and relevant question. My youngest, after seeing it presumably on the internet, has expressed a desire to try to make boiled peanuts. And this is the South. This is Southern California. I don't know of anywhere near here where you could get a boiled peanut. So my younger would like to try their hand at boiling peanuts. And my question is, there has to be somebody on here from the South. How long do you boil peanuts for to boil peanuts? Is my question to you. That is the question that I pose to you. And if you could offer an answer, that'd be great. From what I've seen on the internet, it's a long time, like hours and hours that you boil peanuts. If this is incorrect, I would like to know. I don't want my kid to have a pot on the stove boiling peanuts for 5 hours and then find out they're not good. I want to try it. That's why squirrels bury nuts. They like them salty. I get it now. I didn't know. So, how long does my kid boil the peanuts? Until they're tender and delicious. Damn you, Jeff, that's not helping. I'm gonna need a little more. Some one of you like, if you were to ask me what beach to go to surf, I could tell you. Where's that? That's a Southern California thing. I can do that. So boiling peanuts depends on if you soak them. Okay. I make them a few times a year. All right, raccoon. Then we're counting on you. What do we do? Tell me how to make boiled peanuts. There is such a thing as canned pressure cooker, 3 to 4 hours. I believe slow cooker is like 8. All right, slow cooker would be the way. We do have a pressure cooker, but it's one of those all-in-one ninjas. And I would rather not have we just basically use it as an air fryer. I would rather not that be offline for 4 hours. So slow cooker for 8 hours. Okay. The kid used to get up late like a teenager, but they have begun, as of somewhat recent, getting up at a reasonable hour, and I'm not mad about it. Not mad about it at all. Jerry's first step, find raw peanuts in the garbage. Soak them overnight, then cook 3 to 4. Okay, look, listen, raccoon, listen. That sentence, that comma does not help. Do I soak them overnight and then cook them 3 to 4 hours? Or do I soak them overnight, comma, my definition of overnight is 3 to 4 hours? How long is overnight? You have to unsalt. The trick is, that's right. You have to unsalt the peanuts because they come out of the ground salted. Oh, RC Maniac coming in hot. I'm geographically from the South, but I do not eat the vile disgustingness that is boiled peanuts. That is amazing. If the kids started to get up earlier to have more time during the day, they ain't a kid anymore. Well, a big part of that is they play video games with people from other parts of the world. And if you wake up at 11 o'clock in the morning, that's 7 o'clock in England. See what I'm getting at? So I think a lot of it is, as the phrase goes, whatever gets you out of bed in the morning. I don't know why I ran 2 wires to this. The headlights are not independent. I hope that's not... No, that's just a splice. Okay. I was pretty lazy with the wiring on this guy when I did it before. And I think that laziness is going to continue. I don't think I'm going to unlazy as this continues on. We just want functional headlights in 30 minutes. Good luck. Jeez. I side quested my own side quest. So if you go to bed at 8 or 9, start then, and then wherever you get out of bed, you start boiling them or start when you're ready. You can't over soak them. Okay, got it. Well, I ain't got no friends to play video games with, just one that spends 90% of his time doing boring music like coding like a maniac. Yeah, you're going to find that this is going to become a recurring theme in your life, Mr. Spain. You're going to find that until you get up into Stegosaurus age, people have stuff to do all day long. Do you boil them with or without the shell? I'm pretty sure you boil them in the shell. Because here's why I'm interested, and here's why I'm willing to assist with whatever information that I can. I can't eat peanuts, which when you tell people that you can't eat peanuts, they immediately assume that you're allergic to them. I am not allergic to them. I can have all the peanut butter I want. I can't have, and I'm going to be crass right now, I can't have nuts. And then this is where somebody chimes in and says, unlike your mom, I can't eat physical nuts of any kind. But I have to assume, and this is just me guessing here, having never eaten one, I'm assuming that a boiled peanut has a radically different texture than a conventionally prepared peanut. If you boil them without the shell, all you will get is shitty, watery, hot peanut water. Mmm. Delicious. Seems like a lot of work to make peanut butter in your mouth in the end. Yeah. Yeah. I'll take cinnamon sugar candied pecans over boiled peanuts. Pecans? Pecans? Pecan? I can't have pecans either. No physical nuts. Unlike I know. Pick your nemesis of your choice. Unlike that guy's mom. A boiled peanut is life-changing. Trust me on this. So do they grow peanuts in the salt flats then? Presumably. Boiled peanuts are diverticulitis safe. See, that's what I'll need to know. But I can't eat beans because the gas, just like I can't. You don't eat the shells. It's funny that Jeff at the temple says that, but I can't express how many people I've watched bite into the husk on the outside of a tamale, which is basically like eating a banana without peeling it. So they're out there, everybody. Those people are out there. I guarantee you someone has definitely popped a full, whole, still shelled boiled peanut in their mouth and probably didn't even stop at the first one. They're like, it's like peanut flavored macaroni in texture. Yeah. Can anyone tell me what the difference between a pecan and a praline is? I certainly don't. I certainly don't know, sure. I certainly don't. Add it to the list. Here, I don't know if this applies to Hugo, but we'll give him a micro life lesson that he'll forget before he goes to sleep. Adulthood is not a number. There's no moment that you become an adult. It's not even when you have children. Some people might think when you have kids, boom, adult. No. I've met people that have procreated and are not fit to have a living being dependent on them for its health and well-being. That's just a true factual statement. Adulthood, as far as I'm concerned, could come on earlier or later. And to me, the biggest part of it is basically accountability. When you become accountable. You know how many people there are on the internet, and then probably you will encounter them in your life as well, that have within them, ingrained, it almost feels, an utter inability to say, I don't know. I don't know is powerful because there's no shame in not knowing. Ignorance is not a pejorative. It literally means does not know. We all have within us the ability to go learn. California's, we are brimming with the ignorant. And we're brimming with the ignorant of all. Chuck eats walnuts with the shell on. Like a man. Like a proper grown man. Just fill me up. Yeah, there are people that... Okay. Speaking of ignorance. Somewhere in this building... Hey, look at that! MKRC just sniped Chuck. Bang! People who are playing with toy cars are talking about adulthood? Yeah. Well, nowadays, it's hard to avoid toy cars until you're an adult. That was just a sniper shot. Somewhere in this building, there is a giant spool of 1/4 inch, aka 6mm heat shrink. And before I run off and try to find it, I'm trying to think. It used to be hanging on the wall right over there, which is where the Venix and Tranquish are now. What did I do with my giant roll of heat shrink? I personally think walnuts are the way companies ruin everything. Oh, we've got a perfectly good dessert treat for you. Here. Fill it full of walnuts. Listen. Oh, it's even better. I thought it was quarter inch. It's 3/16. 101.7 feet. Do you need some heat shrink? Because I have some. And then I try to cut it with flush cutters and wind and wonder why I don't get straight cuts on the ends of my heat shrink. Because we're gonna doll them up a little. It'll make it easier to gloop hot glue on it. I literally have nothing and I always need. Okay, wow. Hugo's sounding more like an adult and a parent all the time. Look, okay, Raccoon, listen to me, listen to my words. Would that muffin be made objectively worse if they took the walnuts out and it was just a banana muffin? I argue no. I don't think the walnuts add anything other than texture. But what they do is make it so I can't, they have them at the Costco. I can't get them because they got walnuts in them and I can't eat the walnuts. Stop putting walnuts in everything. You know what walnuts are great for? Repairing scratches in furniture. Chuck Hurley, I think I made a mistake eating a whole bag of grapes for lunch. Mr. Hurley, what is happening inside you is fructose, is fruit sugar, right? Fruit sugar is, let's call it, this is scientifically inaccurate, but it is great for the purposes of the discussion, very sugary sugar. So what's happening is your body is trying to process all of that sugar at once, and it can't. So it's going to try to get rid of it in any way that it can. And you may be on hanging on for the ride with that one. Walnuts don't have that much of a flavor. They really don't. But again, excellent for repairing scratches in furniture. You just rub a walnut on it. And one of my favorite woods in the whole world is black walnut. It's beautiful. This heat shrink ain't shrinking, man. I'm too used to cheap Amazon heat shrink. The good stuff takes too long. I'm not even kidding. That took entirely too long to shrink down. Sounds like walnuts are great for you when I don't want to share them with you. Yeah, you can have all of them. I eat a lot of grapes kind of often. Walnuts are great for challenging people to crack them in their bare hands. It's like, why do they put cheese on every sandwich at a fast food joint? McDonald's puts cheese on a damn fish sandwich. That is true. And I don't think, does anybody else put cheese on a fish sandwich other than McDonald's? It's ejecting it really quickly and really watery. Yeah, that is an appropriate level of detail. We thank you for not providing more. Listen, Raccoon, you get your peanuts, I get my grapes. Are we okay with that? Don't touch my grapes. Where did you buy a roll of heat shrink like that? I actually probably ordered it off of Amazon. I definitely did. And here's how I know. Windy Nation. Windy Nation 100 feet black heat shrink tubing. It's probably still on there. Clean eye power to the people? Clean / power to the people? Not for use on trash cans. Not for use on trash cans. Having done as much wiring as you have, I'm surprised that you've never seen you use spiral loom. I don't like it. I don't know why. I tried to be a Tech Flex guy for a while, but I don't like spiral. I don't like split loom. And I think why that is I'm never confident that what it is done. Like, you know what I'm deep in the regret of right now? That I'm doing this, and because I'm desperately afraid that if I go ham on it, it will tear the paint off right here. So this guy is just going to have a little V shape, is going to have a little V shape of hot glue under the hood with wires stuck to it forever. Because that hot glue went absolutely ham on there, and I cannot remove it. So now we are going to try to do dumb stuff. I should have stripped these back farther, but we're just going to commit. We're just going to commit. This is something that I do dutifully, but I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't enjoy this. Soldering is a necessity. If you get into this hobby, you're going to need to solder. I remember this vividly. In the days when Hobby People / Hobby Shack was still open, a guy walked into the Hobby People and he said, I need to get a motor soldered. And they said, oh, I'm sorry. Our soldering guy is at lunch. He won't be back for around an hour. Rubbing alcohol loosens hot glue. I'll put that to the test. And he said, it's okay. I'll wait. Oh my God! Somebody buy the other sock a sandwich. Get him a nice sandwich. And if he wants cheese on it, he can have cheese. And if he doesn't want cheese on it, don't give him no damn cheese. But somebody needs to buy that man a sandwich. Because that just, like that would do what? Ladies and gentlemen, that was a shock and awe moment. They just popped off. Who knew? Is it solder or solder? It's solder. It's solder. It's solder. I would say, if I was classifying, I would say it's solder. I'm going to try to... This is where I need someone to come in here with baby hands. Because what you're going to see is not fit for human eyes as I try to braid that together, and then it immediately just comes apart. Your damn hands are too big. Don't tell me my business. I'm going to be thinking about that. I'm just going to go back over here. There's more to see. I'm going to be thinking about the hot glue thing for a while, because I have in the past gone to ridiculous lengths to try to remove hot glue before and had absolutely no idea that you could put a drop of damn alcohol on it and that it would just fall off. I'm so mad at myself right now. Yeah, I think I'm going to go Lee Jordan's method, where I'm just going to, instead of trying to braid them, I'm just going to tin them and slap them together. I think think I lightly overdo it at times. Oh, look, I'm back over here. Look, I'm doing something. Do you know how hard it is to tin however skinny this wire is? What, 26 gauge? Because it's hard to even tell if it wicked. To be honest, like it's tough to tell the difference between raw wire and tinned wire. Omnifixo. It is the best. I'm not gonna lie. I got downright grouchy when people were bemoaning the cost of an Omnifixo. Oh, that's too much. I just use like alligator clips or whatever. And I'm like, in the grand scheme of things, and of all the things that we absolutely throw money in the toilet, Kester the 44, SN60 PB40. This is the second spool of it that I've ever owned in my life. I got over 20 years out of a 1 pound spool. Rosin core, 0.8 millimeter. It is the best. The first key is a good iron. The second key is good solder. And then it's something to make the job less miserable. And I'm not great at it, but I get away with that because I don't solder things for a living. I solder them because I have to. It is a skill like any other skill, and I think that there are skills that should be developed. Yeah, that wire feels bare. That hot glue tip is insane. I will forget it in the next 5 minutes and suffer next time I need to remove hot glue. I'm going to remember. Get Crawler Candy going about Red Cat or 3D printing. I don't mind 3D printing now. I got a printer. I got to the solder thing. Kester, yep. 6040. Heading out early today. Have a good weekend, my friend. I don't have anything good to solder stuff. I just pray to the soldering god so the soldering iron cooperates and gets the job done. Yeah. It's not that difficult, you know. And we're over here sticking 26 gauge together. It's not like we got to get structural. We may even test it before we hot glue all this stuff together. I can't guarantee it. But how much easier does our friend the Omnifixo make this? Let's be honest about it. Things cost any number of different costs. The only question you ask yourself is it worth it? How much time does it save you? Omnifixo is fantastic. I mean, I'm gonna do it. This thing's gonna work. It's gonna work. Should I have cut the wires down a little shorter? Optimally, I think I could have. Functionally, I don't think it's gonna matter. Not one little bit. Heat gun again. That's my level of confidence, everybody. And I haven't even plugged in the hot glue gun, so. Then we're going to flop. Gotta get the big boy. I thought that part of this was I was gonna have to clean up the wires, and I forgot that I already did it. I already did that. I probably did it when I redid all of the lights. He used to have a horrible spider laying around of wires, and I cleaned it up. I don't remember why. Steering trim looks like it's out just a smidge, just a touch. Let me guess. Can we reach? Yes. Yes. These should just pop right on. God! Lord Almighty! Ah! It's too much! Do you know the number of times I've had to unsolder something and I forgot to put heat shrink tubing on? Oh my God. Everybody does. Back when I was racing, I would remove that battery and solder the next battery in for the next heat. Yep. Yep, I remember it. I remember days at the track where every pit stall had a soldering iron that was on and plugged in for the whole night. I think the soldering iron bill is what put a lot of those tracks under. I mean, now we've got, you know, they got a little pen that heats up in like 5 seconds, but back then a soldering iron was a commitment. Wouldn't it be a dream? Oh, to dream. I wonder if you could just screw these. How big are FJ headlights? I wonder if you could just screw those in the back. Because here's what happens. Anytime you add a headlight or a roof light or any light to an FJ, it's a different color. Because the FJ lights are really ambery. And maybe there's out there somewhere somebody making those lights. I don't know what it is. So I immediately have to replace the headlights. And if there was more of a bolt-on solution, I would definitely appreciate that. But so far as I know, there isn't one. Let's see if I can... These came with some monster screws. Unlike the ones that were in the stock holders. If these work, that will be absolutely great. Now, Hands of Ham are having a tough time getting them in. Okay, that first one's trying to strip out on me already. Yeah. This isn't great. This is less. Oh. No. The heads of these screws small enough to fit under the grill. Only just. They kind of don't. I usually just end up shrinking the tube before I've got it in the right place. Yes! Perfect solder joint, looks over to see the heat shrink sitting on the bench. Yep. Almost every time. Okay. Are the holes in this too big for these screws? Not at all. Okay. So the stock if you buy the Angel Eyes, just use the screws from your Vanquish buckets. They thread in perfectly. They don't fight you. Their heads are significantly smaller. Because I dropped one of the Vanquish ones, and I see that I have 4 on the bench, I am going to have to leave that one non-fitting screw. No, it's so big, it's not going to fit. So he's going to have to run 3 screws on one side and 4. I just dropped another one, everybody. So he's going to have to run 3 screws on one side and 3 screws on the other. Well, at least we can make it even, provided we don't drop any more screws. The box-headed array has many, many LED lights. I think I added in 5mm white for the headlights for all 3 of your FJs. Cool. I have already done them on Bruce. Sheila and Nigel still have the dull colors. Yeah. Like, okay, hold on. All right. We found one of them. Okay, so at least that side got 4. Now, I can't even thread a small one into that because that screw would have absolutely blown that thing out. So, that's not a problem. So, what do we do with these? Do exactly what you'd think we do with these. We circular file them. I have a lot of those circular filing cabinets. Add to the list of incomplete things for our man Argenum, among which is he does not have a body mount pin. And he doesn't have a body mount pin for a reason. I'm not saying it's a good reason, but he has a reason. That reason is I want to make a body mount pin that is clipless, that doesn't require a clip to retain it. Unfortunately for me, I don't know how I'm going to do that. But I am going to figure it out. Because when we were at Proline by the Fire last, somebody lost a body clip that was important, like it held things together. So I thought nothing of it, and I said, here, take the pin, take this body clip, and I pulled the one out of his pin, and then later on, his pin fell out. My custom made, I make custom made for every Phoenix. If you have a Phoenix and you bring it in the shop, I will make a custom pin for it, and then you have to leave with it. So he will get a new custom pin, and I want to make it so that it is somehow retained by the body or retained by the chassis. Like maybe I'll make a little flip over guy, and on the one end of it I'll put a groove so it'll flip a lock over onto it. I have basically tool free in the back. It has clips, but that's what the cell phone charm lanyards are for. It's impossible to lose your body clips. Look how nice this is going to hot glue down, just like that, in the X pattern formation. Look at that. Look at that, if you will. It's not mandatory, but you could look at it with your eyes. This wire could honestly have been just a smidge longer. That's on me, because I can't lay the body down on the ground beside him without tugging on the wire. Okay. Body drops right into place. That's on. This is plugged in. Sugar here. We use this to hold this down. And then we do the check. Hey. Hey. I also added 3mm ambers to the turn signal lights on the top of the fenders. Nice. That body pin is the one you lost at Proline by the fire last year? It is indeed. There's an occasional scout ant in here, but the ants are largely gone. So, for the full flavor, and even though it is attached to the fan above my head that's helping keep me alive, I just had to double check and make sure that when I knuckled the keyboard, I didn't mute it. Ah, yes. I still say, if you are interested at all in putting lights on your vehicle, if you want to put lights on your vehicle, oh, we can turn the other light off too, I think. There you go. If you're interested in putting lights on your vehicle, the most important lights are rock lights. All the other ones are because you like the look, the cosmetic look of the lights. Rock lights are important because if you go out somewhere at night, you're going to have a headlamp on. And the headlamp will be performing the function of all the other lights that aren't rock lights. But rock lights will show you what's going on underneath the vehicle. And I won't take a vehicle out onto the rocks unless it has rock lights on. It doesn't need any of the other lights. The passenger side is more blue. Nah, they're the exact same color. Could just be the way the camera sees it. They look exactly the same to me. Look exactly the same. They are incredibly bright. I mean, they are incredibly bright. But, and like, I don't even mind that he doesn't have taillights. I would actually, though, now that I say that aloud, I wouldn't mind a chase light on the back of him. Just a red light back here somehow. Maybe I'll just pop a red LED into one of these holes back here, so he's just got a red light. Are all four tusks aiming towards the front? Yes, they are. Because they haven't been switched back since we were at Proline. And at Proline, it makes absolutely no difference at all what directions your tires are facing. The grip level out there is so apocalyptically high. You can literally set it up however you like. Well, he's really squatting. I haven't driven our Argentum in a minute. Put that leftover headlight as a chase light. Oh! I like your thinking. I also do happen to have we can go real bright on the back. I should have put an amber lens on it. Just slap one of the Mias back there. I also started to organize my LEDs. I know, crazy. Into light bars and individual LEDs, and I still can't believe that this has not broken. That is the CC Hand RC 4-wheel drive. It is not incredibly robust, that part. But it's still holding up. And I do enjoy the cleanliness of it. Like, there's no exposed wires on that. I like that. But I just keep waiting to snap the thing off. So, yeah, so he needs a pin. He needs a chase light. I think that's about it. I think he's pretty good other than that. Pin and a chase light. Headlights are blue-white. Roof lights are soft white. You talking about this, or are you talking about other stuff in general? Because these lights and these lights are the exact same color, but those have blue halos on them, so they make them look blue. You definitely want the chase light to be heavily diffused. I've got red acrylic, like 1/4 inch thick red acrylic. I could just dimple a hole into it and just glue the tip of the LED into it, and then put a housing around the back so it's just like a red glow out the back. I don't think anything has done the chase light as well as the rear light for the H10, the Mias rear light for the H10. That one is great. Yeah, there's a ring of like angel. Yeah, you can kind of see them. There's a ring of angel eyes around the outside of it. So we left them on. It's fine. RC Zilla did miss everything today. We dandied up Toothless. He's got a near full Vanquish gearbox in there now. What did I do? Where's the drill? Where's that bit? Got it. Got it. And amazingly, after this time spent, the place isn't a mess. I know. I'm as shocked as anyone. It doesn't look like I ran roughshod over the whole building. We'll finish while I unbag that bag. I still have so much work to do on Sheila. Oy, the Sheila work is real. The Sheila work is really real. What brand are those headlights? Amazon. Let me see. Oh, I say that dismissively when I could just provide you a link to them because I bought them like 4 days ago. After I noticed that I had the pediddle. I ordered those. Oh, no, yeah, okay, I'm only back 4 days. Did I order them 4 days ago? I did. I ordered them 4 days ago. And they are $17.99 from Axe Speed. And they have a switch. So if you're not doing the whole hullabaloo. Oh, that's right. You can't hotkey here for some reason, but you can do that. And now that I'm logged in, I can post links to things. Needs a Halloween-themed driver. I've really wanted to put a driver in there, but because his name is Argenum, he needs like a Roman legionnaire with the hat with the red comb on it. And honestly, I can't say that I've never looked for one or never been able to find one because I've never looked for one. Although, I mean, if it's a skeleton, is this guy too big? I think if we cut that guy down, he'd fit, right? Little skelly man's in there. He's just been hanging out over here for like at least a year. What's in the bag? I don't remember. $45 kg blue case. 60 kg flash hobby. And a USB hub for my Stream Deck Plus. Or, as we like to say, ooh, this bag is real soft. This bag is real soft. Yeah, the old Sorka skeleton. My mother-in-law gave me that skeleton, and she thought she was being funny. And I said, well, the joke is on you, because I will use that guy. Dude, a Labubu head in there would be amazing. And it would give me the opportunity to decapitate a Labubu. So my editing station in the house is a screaming nightmare. Elgato does pretty good on their packaging stuff. And this thing goes on your big Stream Deck and allows you to plug crap into your Stream Deck instead of your Stream Deck just taking up space on the desk. So now I can plug my keyboard and my mouse into my Stream Deck, which is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that as soon as I go in the house before my family gets back from something no Kitsaba. You know what we're going to do? Let's throw this out for now. Let's say for now that next week, the plan for week the next, we'll do it again. We're gonna do. I run two 15-button Stream Decks. I've got a 15 button here. That's how I can do this so fast. And then inside I've got the giant one to run Final Cut Pro. Because I think I don't even have it all programmed up, but I think I have like 18 or 20 buttons. My editing station is a keyboard just like this one. And then right next to it, the Apple Magic Pad. And then I have my mouse over here. So mouse, keyboard, Magic Pad, and then right above the Magic Pad is Stream Deck XL. And it really speeds up the operation, like a lot. 100 gifted memberships? No. I would say we might have hit 40, 30, between 30 and 40. No. It won't quite counteract the sawtooth, but a single one is better than none. So now we can start talking trash about boiled peanuts. Yeah, apparently you can ban people for 1 million seconds. So I'm not off the top of my head, I'm not sure how long 86,000 seconds is. I mean, I guess you could just do 86,000 divided by 60. That's 1,433 minutes. Divided by 24? No. No, yeah, right. 59, is that 59 hours? Or is that 59 days? How long is 83? How long is 86,000 seconds? It's literally the next message. 24 hours. There you go. All right. That's what I get for trying to do math. Look, I play video games like 8 hours a day. My brain works less good than Hugo's does right now, and Hugo's probably been awake for like 20 hours. So, we've all got problems. He might not be able to talk next week. Yeah, 24 hours is too much. 24 hours? Oh, wait, no. 24 hours is not too much. See? 1 million seconds is 11 days. Nice. I didn't even spin us in. We're going to spin us out. That was a pretty good one. Like I said, Susan is spicy lately. That's too much spinning. Oh, on the way out, I've got one for Hugo. I was looking up something on the CFXW. So I was looking up something on the CFXW and I got down under the bench. We haven't repeated yet. Who says, you know, oh, and Azul. And then here's the duplicates. They live right here under the bench because as each successive day passes, I remember less. And it's a beautiful thing. It really is. Because here's what happens. Getting older and becoming more forgetful with each passing day, honestly, it's not so bad. Because in a, did you even say that there was an accent one in the middle? In a only half tongue-in-cheek way, you can't remember what you've forgotten. And that applies to me. So I had this thought when I was going through the manuals, and that thought was this. You're just a hater, man. You're just, remind me, Mr. Hurley, remind me. And I will send it to you. You just need to remind me at a time that is not right now. You're just a hater, man. You talk crap about Vanquish because you don't like him because you're a hater. And you're always talking about how bad Axial is because you don't like him. Familiarity breeds contempt. And I have familiarity. A depth and breadth of knowledge that is almost blissfully lessening by the day. Mind you, if you'd noticed, those were just rock crawlers. The manuals for the other stuff is in a different pile. Does anybody want to see what a Wayback Machine looks like? So you get yourself a binder that's been through a fire and has seen some stuff. When those start to rust, you know you're doing all right. So up in the front of this, you're going to find the newer stuff because it goes backwards. So there's some quick run stuff. Traxxas, Spectrum, Fly Sky, MX6. Now we get back to MX Sport, MX3X. This is the manual for the RX 461. Those are like $100 now. The old Prodigy 610 Duo. And in there with it, Sigma 2 EQ. It goes back a minute. If you keep manuals to stuff that you don't have anymore, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it says about me. So this was discontinued at least 10 years ago. Oh, there's more Traxxas stuff in here. Oh, there's the Capra. There's the book to build the Capra. Traxxas Slash. Hey, Everest 10, look. You're just a hater. Wendigo! Yeah. Yeah. The progressive suspension piggyback reservoir kit for Associated Shocks. Copyright 2000. So yeah, definitely older than good old Hugo. Like I said, Mr. Hurley, remind me. I can ship that media mail because it is media. Hey-oh! We will tape that manual between two pieces of cardboard. and we will send that thing off to Virginia. I'm going to leave it right here. One box came yesterday, one more due on 9/22. Oh, you mean to me? Oh, sweet. I'm going to go see what's out there. Yeah, that was 25 years ago. Mr. Spain, there is stuff in this building. There is stuff in this building that I still use that is certainly older than you are. Like, for sure. For absolute sure. My compressor, just for a note, the compressor, the guy that clicks on every once in a while, I bought that from a location called the Auto Giant in the year of our Lord, 1993. My compressor is 33 years old. So Hugo's got a way to go. I have a Crown D75 amp, a rack amp that's right up here above my head. It's what I play my loud music on. That amp has a manufacturer stamp on the back of 1986. So that amp is 39 years old. It will turn 40 next year. Yeah, I definitely, 100% for sure, I have shoes that are older than Hugo. I got my bowling shoes when I was 16 years old. So my bowling shoes are 36 years old. What was in yesterday's box? I did not get a box yesterday. So if a box came yesterday, I am alarmed. I literally still haven't gotten any Canyon stickers. Did you send me an email about it? Just tell me what state you live in, and I'll remember if I sent them or not. Because I mailed a bunch of stuff out like Monday or Tuesday. Now, table saw from 1954, that's even got me. My table saw's from 1997. Yeah, I have speakers older than Hugo, for sure. Yeah. I bought these speakers, I bought these Klipsch speakers in the 1990s. What's my email? Oh, if you've never emailed me, then no, you haven't gotten any stickers. CrawlerCanyon@gmail. I have a set of Van Doren shoes from about 1978. Yeah, regular wear shoes, mine, I can't even get them to last that long. We have an Ed and an Eddie here. We need an Ed with 2 Ds. That's true. I don't remember sending anything to Indiana. Yeah, if you've never emailed me and said, I want some stickers, here's my address, then I haven't sent you any. And I think I need to refill envelopes. Yes, I do. There are no more envelopes of pre-cut stickers, so I'll have to cut more off the rolls. Oh, the wife's not here. She's at the movie. But I'm wrapping it up. We're wrapping it up. We're wrapping it up late. Later than earlier. Their movie is an hour and 55 minutes long. They probably won't be home for about 15 minutes. But it's close enough. It's close enough for sure. The bench is not as clear as I wish it were. There's a rig and a rig and another rig and another rig. And we're working on trying to figure out. Sorry, it came 9-2. Oh, yeah. No, 17 days ago? Yeah, that's different. That's definitely different. It's definitely different. So, thank you so much, everybody. No video today, obviously. Live stream today. Video tomorrow, video the day after. 2 videos on Tuesday because I like to sneak in a breakdowns. And I haven't recorded yet. So if you're on the Discord and go in general or something, or in one of those places, tag me in it and say one that you'd like to see in the breakdowns, and maybe I'll do a breakdown on that one. Because, I don't know. I usually think of them on the moment. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you around next time. Thanks so much for being here. We will indeed see you all in the next one.